So now, when you say hi, your mom can hear you. Probably.
Test.
Yep, I'm hearing you just fine.
Need a test.
All right, awesome. I just realized I forgot to.
Forgot to.
I forgot to turn on my Bluetooth.
Okay.
All right. But I'm in the pool and I'm ready to be invited.
All right. And then just checking to see if Honey Squids has made it into the pool. In the pool, okay. Sending the invite.
Awesome.
Also, stream, very important, Honey Squid says hi. So, hello, Sandman, and Jamie, and Hydro Airplane, and Osmosis, and Draglio is here, and Diamond Star. I know that Draglio is here just means Draglio is here, so you're probably just Draglio, but hi. And Get Cool, and Superstar ZX, and Jimmy Duke, and Trey SSBU, and Smidge, and Mr. Dale, and Katrina K, and Jules, and Nexlation, and Igor, and Yum Yummy, and Skogvetter, and Chaluna, and Lotus Heart, and Leon, and Simmer. Welcome, everybody. Do we have 2 brushes today? Did that just happen?
There's no way. There's no way.
Wow.
Good job, Jerry. Now we're doing brush crimes.
They're both brushes.
Can we get some representation from the Brush Nation? Everybody in chat.
Okay, I'm gonna tell you, with the amount of people that always request brush things, in all honesty, I have to think that brushes are probably like just underneath shooters out of the VODs that we see. They're, like, when it was first starting, there was a lot of just ink brushes, and it still continues.
Okay, so let's try and run it kind of like New Meta did, and have a 96 along with this. I'm not great at this, but it's an interesting play style that I want to both show off and understand better.
This should be interesting. The double brush comp. Let's go.
Yeah, it's so for those of you who didn't see the recent tournament called Golden Squid Junction 40, there was a comp that was run there, which was Brush Tetradualies 96 and Ballpoint. Very similar to this comp that we're running right here. And the way that worked was that the Brush and Tetras, I mean, obviously they'd go in and take whatever fights they thought were available to them and be very willing to feed. But also, when the team wanted to make a coordinated push, they'd lead that off with the Kraken, and they'd use the Kraken to try and corral the enemy team into the Brush and the Tetras. And so they'd roam around as like a 3-player gank squad like that, with the Ballpoint holding it down as an anchor for the Tetras and the Brush to jump back into. I could see this working in a similar way. Yeah, they actually ran a heavy on some of the matches too, so it wasn't just the ball point. It was primarily ball point, but it wasn't just the ball
considering the maps, I can still do a decent amount of damage.
Mm-hmm. So, let's see what we can do here.
Speaking of Tetras. Oh, both the Tetras and the Stamper are double quick respawn stealth jump, so...
Yeah, this is a meta composition right here.
It is.
Well, this should be fun.
It's one right zone.
Got one.
That one.
Oh, Tetris are on me.
Wipe
I tried to Kraken in, but the Stamper got me. Thank you.
I got the Stamper. There's one on the left. Oh, there's a crab.
Ah.
Got one. Another one on me left. I'm down.
If they do any kind of callouts, I'm dead.
I think they might know at this point.
They do now.
I'm gonna head over
Actually,
right.
maybe not.
There's one.
they
There's
do
one
now.
on you. I hit him once.
Yeah.
They dropped.
I think they got me.
Oh!
Got them.
Turn.
Alright, that's a good reach later there. But there's one in our base. It's a Tetris.
Okay. They're possibly gonna drop down on me. I am popping Kraken way too late here. We gotta go for zone. Just hold forward.
Get out zone. Yeah, Zipcast is gonna probably get me.
Yikes. Better luck next time, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, I almost don't even feel bad about losing on Scorch zones because I know it will never be played in any tournament that I care about.
I mispredicted which way that T-Tech was gonna go, Gem, because I aimed to the right, and I'm like, oh, they actually went up the block. I could have traded that. I had the charge too.
When you have your cursor on and the shots miss anyway.
Welcome to RNG, kids. Reminds me, I remember seeing a funny joke about how like I saw the 96 gal server and it was literally called Gambling Addicts.
Yeah.
That's the name of the server. I thought that was a great joke.
Same team. I'm gonna take a different way.
Let's
Mostly same team.
I'm starting to think I'm in a 4-stack.
Their leader and they got lucky with another splash, but the leader's different. So I definitely have to open different now.
Remember to booyah, guys. Very important. Got one on left. Charger's watching left on me.
Ah.
Another one on me. Hit him twice. I'm down.
I got the Tetras. Where's the other guy that got you?
I got them on left.
Okay. Leader's looking at
cap
me
zone
in
when you
mid.
can.
Don't be top mid. I fell.
Several on top left. One dropped.
Got him.
One of them, their leader.
Crab on left.
Free range.
No, it's actually gonna be match cancel, isn't it?
I'm
Yeah,
down.
well,
Oh yeah,
dang it.
match canceled.
I was so happy.
Man.
I did have free range though. I was pestering a crab.
All right, here we go.
game time. They all have. Hey, I
They
think
all
that's a
have the
4
tag
stack.
now? There we go.
I think something gives me the impression that's a 4 stack.
Yeah, I wonder why. Ninja Squid Carbon's normal, Extra Torpedoes Junior, the Haunt on the Splat Dualies.
I'm seeing resistance on right. I'm down to carbon right, carbon right. Coming in on Jenny.
There's two.
Nice shark,
Got
nice shark.
carbon.
Anything.
More on right.
Killer Whale City.
I took out their wave breaker. One of them.
Yeah, there's another one on the backside. I'm getting pushed on right, I'm down. Or, yeah, left, I'm down. Nice, nice,
Two of
that's
them.
two.
Ah,
It be just me. Hey, Splatling, you wanna fight? Oh, crap! I didn't ask for you.
Okay, I'm gonna wait for Jenny to be back, and then I'm gonna Kraken in. Oh my god, I died.
that's what happens usually, isn't it?
I'm behind them.
Oh.
Just be careful about where you're drawing aggro. Don't, like, draw it to
I
someone
got
else.
their Splatling. I'm gonna die to this one. I missed my shot.
I'm gonna drop out on right. I'll be able to Kraken from there. They don't know.
We have to go for zone.
Got one of them, somehow.
Wow, I actually...
Aw.
That is really difficult to deal with. So, there's some counterplay to Kraken.
Keep shooting it.
If you hop up on top of a block, it can't dash at you. So all it can do is jump. And when it's trying to jump, you can Kraken tame it.
Yep.
Nice.
I went in and I was like, wait, I should be able to get this guy, right? And I was like, no, I really don't think I can get this guy.
No. When it comes to Scorch zones, Kraken's the lockout special. It's a lot harder to really do on zone because there's so many like roundabouts to it that you can like dodge it with. Other map exist.
Yeah, we're really not getting lucky here.
T-Tech's gonna be holding forward, along with the Pro has Ninja Squid.
One on me, underneath. I have not hit
They're
a
one
shot yet, but
they're
I'm
literally
alive.
one. There we
There
go.
we go.
I got you.
Oh, let's go!
I saw that on the map. That was sick.
Sometimes it's so easy to play Ink Brush when they just walk into you.
Watch out for bomb.
And that's the whole point of trying to
Krakening?
push them into you with the ranged weapons. Watch out for the tri-strike.
Oh man, I was so close to getting them.
Got
I
one.
was one dash away from
Oh,
getting a
Kraken
triple.
canceled.
On my ouch.
Ooh. Maybe I just jumped down from here.
Nope, could not shred that.
I cannot see. On top mid.
Wailing.
Swiffer's on the other side of
That
top
one.
mid.
Still
I
one
can't
right?
press it right now.
All three on,
Yeah,
on the
bubble
other
ready,
side.
top
Oh.
mid.
Ah. Got Kraken.
I'm trying to keep pain on the zone. They bubbled on the left.
Got one. They're on me. Got one.
Still
I'm
trying
down.
to neutralize the zone. Come on, let me cap it.
That's
Got
two down.
you.
Go, go, go. Get zone.
Last one's on the left. They jumped out. There we go.
Nice.
I've got Whale ready.
Watch out for the spliff.
Might not even be
Hit
necessary,
him once.
honestly.
Got the squiff. I'm down to bomb, but we're good.
All right, awesome.
And that is how you bait people into a brush.
Oh. Is Sicarius ready? Okay, Sicarius is ready.
Okay.
So Sicarius, hop into the waiting room VC in the Squid School Discord server.
Make sure you guys hit stop.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll be grabbing another gamer.
So do we have 3 VOD reviews today?
No, there is a membership perk at a certain tier that lets you play with the Squid School stream on the next session. And so we got a new member recently who is at that tier, and so they're going to be joining us.
That's pretty awesome.
There's Sicarius. Hello there, Sicarius. That's not the thing I need to copy and paste. I need to copy and paste this. Alright. So, Sicarius, I have DM'd you the name of the pool and the password we'll be using.
Alright.
I'm also going to go and quickly adjust the audio levels. There we go. Cool. And then we're going to show some cats.
Maybe you'll see mine.
I've been having issues with pools, but let me see. Man, I just joined without a password, so I don't know how it really works.
You join the pool, and then once I've got the lobby created, I'll send out an invitation, and everyone who's
Alright.
in the pool will be able to join the game from the envelope section.
Okay.
So, that invitation just went out.
How do I accept it?
Go
Is
to
it-
the envelope tab when you press L.
Alright. I see it.
And there we are.
Yep.
Very fast team comp.
Zoom.
Yeah.
Very cool of Discord to suddenly revert your volume back to where it was Diamond Stars. It was at the right level for the entire game, and then it just decided, you know what? Let's just make it louder again. Really
Yeah,
wish I
Discord kinda
understood
funny
why that
like that.
happens.
It actually, actually no. I haven't changed anything with my audio settings.
Let's let Diamond yell. Very good, very good. I've got the stream chat trained to use the cat command. I caught it that time, but it's good that we're practicing. We're having a cat emergency drill. I got flanked on right.
Got one.
Got brush, trade brush.
We should be able to get zone here.
It's an X-Flow there.
Watch out for X-Blow.
I got
Pushing
the
in.
X-Flow.
Blob is weak. Blob down. Right. Oh, one on left. One on left.
Got
Nice.
him.
One above. Behind. I'm missing.
First is low.
There we go.
Nice.
All right, I'm gonna Kraken up the ramp here.
Alright, I'm gonna use my killer whale. Got the X-Blow. Died to Blobber. Get on my ouch.
Do they go down?
Traded the blob. Brush is coming out right. They're gonna be on zone. They zipped.
Gotcha.
They spectraled. Yep. Nice.
Good job.
Alright, awesome. It's friends.
Zep got me. They're on right.
One on zone. Hit him once. Got him.
Wheeling.
I'm being pushed on left. He dealt. There we go.
Got one.
Explo on right. Two on right. They're stuck. Explo weak.
And Zep got me again on right.
I got the X-Blow.
I'm down to Kraken.
There's another one on. There's another one on me. Ah.
Just you, Jenny. Be careful. I was too late.
Got Octobrush.
Oh my god. Nice.
Krakening into mid.
Got two.
Ooh. They got away from that? Alright, got the Octobrush.
Alright, that's 3 down. Nice. Let's move up. There's one on right.
There's one on
They
the
dropped
right.
out.
Yeah, I'm dealing with them.
Nice.
Trade with them.
That's fine. That's fine. We like trades right now.
Brush coming down. Got him.
Explo down.
That's cooler.
Soda!
Zap on right.
Well, I died, but I had tactical there.
Krakening. Nice.
Woo!
It's actually really easy to clear chumps with Kraken. You just keep swimming and jumping and all of them go away. Jules is like, there's not a cat on the screen, Jem, put it back.
Didn't do too well that first half.
The command actually can't be spammed. Like it'll only work once every like few minutes. Like you'll notice, like if people put exclamation mark cat twice in a row, that it only shows once. Oh, that definitely felt better.
I would agree.
Sody pop? What? Hi, Slydra. And hi, Kite Prio. Thought that said Pyro for a second. Helped me into a better mindset trying to climb. Oh, thank you. Oh, in other games. What else do you play? And hi, Ace Trainer Lannon. Welcome to Squid School. I think is this the same? No. No, they've at least got different weapons if it's the same people. I wasn't paying attention to their names. Alright, a couple looking at me on right. See if we can use that. I'm getting pushed. They dropped and I got them. I'm down to machine now. Nice, I like the whales.
Got one.
Getting in there.
Got
Nice,
two.
good stuff, good stuff.
Nice.
There's a couple over here on the left.
There's a Spluzomatic on the...
I'm down to
got
the
it.
machine. Machine coming out left. They're booyahing.
No whale done over here. Ah, I'm dead. Bomb. Soda.
Well, tried to go in with Kraken. Stayed in too long.
Ah.
We're two down, be careful. Jump out if you need to.
Got
Got the
sploosh.
explosure.
Nice.
You're looking at me. Yes.
Nice.
Ah, machine got me.
Getting machine.
Nice,
Traded.
okay. Just you, Jenny. Good catch.
Nice.
We're one down, though. Be careful.
Ah.
Can I hit this from here? Ooh, I can hit that from there. Okay.
Got T-Tech, I believe. Nice. Back to cooler.
Got one. Soda.
Expo dropped right, going out. Nice, nice.
Expo.
There's one on left.
Damn it. That-
Nice. Alright. Oh,
I'm down to sploosh on left. They're hammering.
yeah.
Alright, just one. Be careful.
Yeah, I'm currently just sticking it in spawn for the moment. One of them's coming across our bridge. It's the machine.
Got a wall up. Trying to force him out. Krakening. Gonna go in and take top mid. Actually,
I'm gonna whale.
okay,
I'm
got
whaling.
one.
Got T-Tech.
Nice. Got three. Keep zone. Beautiful.
Nice, nice, nice.
Back to cooler.
Soda.
Try to keep zone if we can. Nice.
Yeah. Okay.
Watch top mid. Hammer coming down from left.
Ah, I'm down.
Got one.
Nice.
One on our side, on me.
Oh,
Oh.
T-Tech was over there.
Ah, close one. Alright, we've got another chance. Gonna try and have special by the time we're ready to push.
They popped right strikes.
Alright, be careful. Kraken is ready. I'm gonna go in.
Got one.
Nice, nice. Moving into top mid and
Touch
clearing
middle.
that.
Oh. Team got me.
I got gotten by the
Sploosh on
monster
me.
machine. They're near my ouch.
We need zone. Ah.
Oh, I'm jumping out. And I died.
It's a
There wouldn't have been anything to do with jumping out. We were 6 points to KO. At that point, you gotta just stay in and do your best.
yeah.
Okay. Been playing Pokemon Unite lately. Been ranking up. Oh, nice. Yeah, I'm aware of Pokemon Unite. I actually use League of Legends in a couple of different instances to explain certain concepts. There's another map, right?
There is another
It's not
map.
just
Isn't there?
the Scorch Gorge. Yeah, okay, we got Hammerhead once. One entire time. In 35 minutes. League of Legends humble brag? I mean, I'm here for portraying League of Legends positively, unlike whatever happens. But also, I don't know that just playing League of Legends is a brag. Oh boy. I'm alive. Not for long.
That's a leader.
Oh no, I got him. I should die now though. I'm down. Wiper coming right. Nice shot, Diamond.
Oh, that's a crab tank.
Yeah, don't die to crab.
Yeah, I'm just gonna stay down here.
We should be able to get zoned now.
Up trade
There
with
we go.
the
Nice,
flash.
nice, nice. Leader on left.
Oh. Something's...
Stamper is on me. Got him.
Hey, I think.
Nice.
Okay, well, there we go.
One top mid. Wiper.
Okay.
Something weird is happening.
Yeah, they are
Yeah,
laggy
disrespected.
as all get out.
Yep.
Going in on right.
The counter has not moved within the past 10 seconds. Oh.
I think that was me.
What?
And I got
That player
I got
was-
connection error too.
Swimming in our ink. Okay, so we have 2 DCs on our team. So that's neat. It's me and you, Jenny.
Thank you, Nintendo Switch Online.
I propose we squid party. Oh. I guess not.
And
Okay, the hammer wasn't having any of it. There we go. They chose violence.
Was that not the first minute?
Nope. All right. So that was a game.
a match of Splatoon was in fact played.
By 6 of the original 8 members, yes. Oh. Sleep mode, sleep mode, sleep mode. We need to get our previous members back in. So we need to stop. Just quit out of that game real quick, Jenny. How can they trust you squid partying after what you did to that Turf War team? Alright, look. It's a big difference when you've got a team of competitive players that are making a plan for how to camp you when you get out of spawn, and a team of 2, one of whom is not making callouts on comms. There's a difference there. Cats, cats. We are the cats. Something, 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 something. I don't remember how it goes.
Same pool, right?
Yep, and the same password.
Alright.
Slydra says GG, I was the one who DC'd. I am eating a bagel sandwich. A sandwich, as it were. Alright, whenever you're ready, Jenny. Let me check DMs, see if there's anything. Doing the gear. Okay. Yeah, Jenny is working on farming gear and is using the gear seed analyzer. So she's just looking for a shirt to switch to. All right. GG's, I was the $19.99 you paid to Nintendo per year for online service.
Can I have that back? I don't think it was really worth it, I'm gonna be honest.
Dang.
The 1999.
Dang, someone assassinating Jules' character here. Uh-oh. I catted. Uh-oh. That's a charger. Okay. We're good, we're good. On the box? They're weak? Oh, man. I'm sad now. Well, I got one. I'm down. Careful not to go in yet.
Russian time.
Oh no, I jumped to the player and not to the beacon, didn't I? Ugh. Man!
We swapped places!
There was a beacon right next to them. And I missed.
You jumped to me and you...
Alright. Let's see.
Got
Nice.
it, don't worry about it.
I honestly think that's the first time that's ever happened to me, where I died because of that.
Man. I'm not liking it down here.
Alright. Careful, careful, I'm almost there. Alright, we gotta go in.
Buttershot got me. Wow.
Damn.
Love how we're all just quietly sulking.
Speak for yourself. I'm quietly eating food. maybe a little bit of sulk, tiny bit, but not a lot of sulk. Jules needs a no-cat command. Please, mods, I promise I won't abuse this power. Oh my goodness. Is there a way to make commands that specifically one person can use and nobody else?
Alright, third time's the charm, guys.
I know you can assign them to certain roles. I don't know whether you can assign them to individual users. I'd have to... Maybe I could just make a role that only Jules gets. I'm being pushed on right. Thank you.
Got him. You're welcome. Oh, it's a carbon. He's hurt.
Got him.
Nice.
Krakening.
Alright, you got him.
Yep, I got him.
It's Kraken in time.
Okay, jeez.
Got one. That's another. Got three.
Nice.
Last one top left. Get zone. Good. Oh shoot, I went down on zone. Heavy's on top left. They're jumping into it.
Soda.
Three there, on left.
Alright.
Ah, damn.
Ah, but he got me.
Got one.
Nice.
Carbon on top left. I'm getting pushed on right.
I got it. I heard him a bit.
Oh, that got me.
Got him. But I got hit by the Trizuka.
Pollution carbon on left.
Got carbon.
They're on base.
Krakening.
I'm willing.
He got me again.
Well, that didn't work. I'm down to heavy.
No, well.
Careful in there. It's only 2.
Yeah.
Yep, just gotta get out of there.
One on our top right. It's Tetris.
Nice.
Down. Krakening. We need to get zone here.
Gotcha. Yes, yes.
I'm down on zone. You got another one?
Oh,
No.
He got me.
He's diamond.
No, no.
Wow.
Like, there's
Using
more
the-
maps than just Scorch, right?
I think so. I'm not convinced yet, but I have reason to believe.
I swear, there's supposed to be like 2 of them in rotation, and I vaguely remember the name of another map, something like it was like a bridge or something.
Sounds about right. Well, that one was interesting because I'm looking at the way that people are playing around the Kraken now. One of the things I'm seeing is not just using like the little block, but also just using high ground because it takes so long for the Kraken to climb a wall that by the time it gets up there, that's like half its duration. So that's another interesting idea. Just retreat to high ground, climb something. Run for the hills!
All right, this will definitely be Hammerhead Bridge. I'm sure of it.
Skogvetter
God.
says, there's a bridge in Scorch Gorge, it counts. I've only heard great things about it.
I get the joke.
Someone coming on you?
Yep.
Oh, nice. That guy feeds. Oh, I feed?
Hydra down, there's another one behind him. Got them.
Nice.
I'm down to Dry Stringer. They're on top right. I'm dead.
Ah.
Got dualies? Oh. I think just Scorcher got me? Yeah.
I'm sneaking out right.
Nice. I got their attention on me.
Krakening
got
to
whale
top mid.
ready. Alright. I'm gonna whale on them.
Booyah is shredded, but I'm down.
Got dualies?
Bow is weak. Nice.
I'll try. Back score.
Soda!
Hydra at top mid. Or not top mid, top snipe.
Yeah, I see him. We have to bomb and totally miss it.
Traded jet. Jump, Tetris out left. Or Julie's out left.
Yeah, I see him. Got him.
Okay, nice.
I'm
I
down
could
on
drop.
right.
Got him. Ah. You got me.
That was a dead jump. They know where Jenny is? Alright, careful, regroup.
Alright, I'm just gonna paint spawn a bit.
Try to deny them from getting over bridge.
Alright, they're not even trying. I got whale ready.
Kraken ready, going in.
Alright, I'm gonna go ahead and grab this
Push
soda.
right, push
I'm gonna
right.
Jump in.
Got dualies, traded. Troy got me.
Got one.
Nice.
Paint zone. Just Hydra. There we go. Where's Hydra?
Alright.
Hydra jumps.
I think that...
Oh,
Alright.
there's a bomb. Get across the bridge if we can. It's probably too late. Probably too late. Definitely too late. They're on top right and they're on top left.
Oh no! I fell off there. Uh-oh.
Got dualies, traded dualies. Oh, the try got me somehow.
I'm down on left. Stringer on bridge. Careful, you're gonna get collapsed soon.
Ah, man. I almost got that guy.
Stay alive, Jenny. I'm almost there.
Wait! I had the stringer on my friends list!
Got jet.
So it's your fault.
No, wait, oh, dang it.
Oh,
I can explain.
got me.
I don't really ever play with them.
Got the Hydra. Dualies are weak. Didn't get him.
Come on. Oh, wow.
Aw.
What if I put dude flakes in soup for a Squid School? What are dude flakes? I don't feel like I want those in
Sounds like,
soup.
Like
That
if
fe-
Dude Perfect made like cornflakes.
That sounds like a made up, like somebody made that up for like a cartoon show. Like that's what the cartoon characters would eat for breakfast in the morning.
They're SRB2 dudes channel points, apparently. Why is he flaky? What are they flakes of? It makes me uncomfortable. Are they just, does he just have a cereal brand?
Can I go to my local Walmart and buy them?
Like, I just want to make sure that we're not dealing with cannibalism here, alright?
Finally.
Hell.
It's not Woomy Gang, it's Woomy Game.
Hey, this is Scorch Gorge.
Did you just now realize that?
Yeah. It's been kind of a while, honestly. Oh, and that's an auto bomb.
Oh, one behind us. Nice. 2v2.
Oh, ends up got me.
Welling.
I'm down to blob. Be careful.
Oh,
Oh. Blob blubber.
they are going up.
Blob is pushing us. Ah, they got me.
Got one. Oh, they were low.
Okay, careful, don't go in yet. Don't go in yet.
Alright.
We need to regroup. Blob on the ramp.
Got the
Nice.
assist on that. Let's go.
Okay, let's start moving in. Crab in front, be careful.
I'm gonna use my... Okay, we're both gonna use our whales. Let's go. Trade with
Got
the
one blob.
splash. They've only got 2 up.
Got 2 blobs.
We need to get zone. There we go.
Awesome!
On right is one. Good
Got
stuff.
Nice, got him.
Let's go. Soda!
We're pushing. I just died.
Uh-oh.
Flash.
There, scared me. Whaling them.
Got one
Uh,
blob. Got 2
Nice.
blobs. Got ends up. Got splash.
Good cap. I'm gonna Kraken up.
Alright.
Follow me in, follow me in.
Oh, jeez.
Bloblubber's hurt. Nice.
On my ouch, Blob.
Aw.
Okay.
I'm down.
Oh no. Gonna wail on them. See if I can break out of here.
Careful, one coming, two coming up ramp, two coming up the ramp. Blob weak. Didn't get him. On Sicarius.
Got him.
Okay. Jump into Sicarius and then let's get in for zone.
Oh,
Oh,
Robert got me.
from where? Okay,
Left.
there. Dropping in. Close to Kraken. Ah.
Ah.
Damn.
Pro Cheerios, the only cereal endorsed. Oh my goodness. By Prochera. Not Prochara, Prochera. Does this mean I'm going to need to come up with a cereal? General Mills cereal?
You could like advertise it for like brain power or something since you're Squid School and all that.
Nah, all of that stuff is fake.
Also advertising.
Yeah.
I'm not
I mean,
I'm not an
you could
energy
do
drink. I'm not an energy drink that's claiming it's a performance enhancing drug.
I think you're actually a squid kid, if I'm gonna be totally honest.
I'm a kid now and a squid now.
You have to come back from this losing.
Those are some very weird names.
Gem fuel.
How do we pronounce those?
Pronounce what?
Their names.
I mean, we don't
The
have
enemy
to.
team.
We haven't yet.
True, that's facts. Let's hear it.
Leader's on right,
No.
so
No.
take fights on
Yeah,
left
I'll
if you
have-
can.
Ninja.
Got one.
I did
Going in after leader?
Bomb onto this flash
Push leader
wall.
and not.
Nice.
Nice.
All
Just
right.
52.
Nice. Oh, that was totally unnecessary to pop that there. My bad.
Okay. There's one top right.
52 on left. They're coming.
Zap dropped. They're on right.
52 on my ouch.
Not got me.
Man.
Leader weak. Leader jumped. Go in on left if you can. Got one.
Nice.
Another one here. I'm down to Nautilus on left.
Ends up.
Still Nautilus left.
Got Nautilus.
Nice. Should be able to get zone from that. Beautiful.
Yep.
Leader on left, be careful.
Soda.
Leader down. I'm being pushed on left. 52. Got him. Thank you.
Yes. On
One
my
more
ouch.
on right.
Oof, Nautilus got me.
Going in with Kraken. Got one. I'm just gonna keep myself safe here. Nautilus on left in the pit. Careful.
They got me.
Leader's weak. Oh, there's a 52 on me. I got the in-dap.
Got Nautilus.
I'm down to Ray or Whale. Ray. LOL. On left. All right. Careful. We're on the way out.
There's 3 of them.
I'm just gonna try and stop them from being on bridge, but be
They are on
careful
bridge?
there. Hit him once. Oh. 52 on, nice.
52.
3v3.
Oh man, sniper me.
Krakening in. Got one.
Nice.
No, 52 on my ouch.
52.
Nice, they're down. Just 2. Let's try and get zone. 1 on right, careful. Good job. Should be able to get zone from that.
Nice.
Get this zap. Got him. 2 on me. 52 and Nautilus. Got one. Got both. Let's go.
Nice, nice, nice.
Okay.
Nice whale. Got 52.
Krakening. Got one. I'm down on left.
Oh,
We're 3 down. Get out, Jenny. Jump out if you need to. Oh, close one, close one. Good try. They're looking at me on right. See if you can get something done on left.
Alright.
Got 52.
Nice, nice, nice.
There you go. Krakening into right.
Trying to get M's up. Got him.
Beautiful. Nautilus on right.
Soda.
Got him.
Oh, we got
There's a
another
jump.
one. All right.
Think we got it? Maybe not.
We don't have. Okay, we got.
Yep.
Wait, now we haven't. Okay, get him.
I could not get my aim on.
Oh.
Oh, fuck. Ah.
I think I've got one on the left. Yes, I do. Another one on me. Got them. Leader dropped. They're weak. They're down. That's 3 down. Get zone. Where's Not?
Not is on right.
I see him.
Right, yeah.
I'm down to them. Go after them if we can. Nice job. Nice job. Oh, it's still 2 there. Still 2 there. One more.
Got the end zap.
I'm down.
Oh.
Oh no.
Wow.
Alrighty.
Not too bad. We held on into overtime.
That will do it for our Anarchy Open for the day. So thank you so much for joining us, Sicarius. And now we're going to move on to the VOD reviews. Okay. So I'm gonna go and grab. Oh, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it, Jenny. That was a good try. I'm glad that you responded as quickly as you did and went for it. That's really good. Okay. So let's start with. Oh, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. I think we have a replay code from Jenny. Scroll. Do I have a replay code from you, Jenny?
Oh, you mind if I DM you a replay code right now?
Was that Sicarius that was just talking?
Yeah. Yep.
So I'm only going to be doing the VOD reviews for the people who signed up ahead of time. The Anarchy Open section was what the perk is for. Do I have a... there it is. Okay, you've got one. So we'll put that in there. RHJ. V68C, QVFT, and WH. Why is the last word whiny? That's funny. All right. Oh, and hey, it's also Zone's Hammerhead Bridge. We played that twice in an hour. All right.
Heads up, Jem. I'm gonna go ahead and switch from my Bluetooth to wired connection, and you may have to adjust my audio.
Okay, we'll see if that changes it back. Okay. Check.
Testing. 1, 2, 3.
Okay. Folks, is that, like, massively louder than it was before for Diamond Stars? Otherwise, I think we should be good. No huge difference? Okay. Thank you so much. Alrighty. So, we're playing Inkbrush, and this is honestly not a very easy map to play Inkbrush on, because it's so narrow. Brushes are going to do the best when they can flank, when they can come in from a whole bunch of different angles, because your goal with the brush isn't exactly to, like, get kills, and it also isn't exactly to paint. It's more that your job is to get in their way and be annoying. Because what that does is, if you get them to shoot at you, then you are one of the best equipped weapons in the entire game to escape that situation alive, because you can just kind of walk through enemy ink and not have to worry about it, and you can move pretty quickly through it. So they, most weapons, you put enough paint around them, and now they just can't move anymore. Now they can't escape. But for you, it's just like, haha, funny brush, whee, and you run away. So
true.
The brush absolutely can get kills, but what's happening when the brush is getting kills is that the enemy team needs to be focusing on it, and they're not. So you will sometimes see brushes pop off, but the thing that a brush does is it comes at you from a weird and annoying angle to deal with, which presents a lose-lose situation to the enemy team. Either you look at the brush, in which case you're not looking at everything else that is important on the map at that moment, or you don't look at the brush and it sharks you and you get splatted by someone who jumps out of the ink from nowhere. So if you're getting a lot of splats, that doesn't necessarily mean you're not doing your job. It just means that the enemy team isn't giving you the respect that they need to be in order to be able to play safely around you. So that's kind of how it goes. It's either you don't pay attention to the brush and it gets to do whatever it wants and flank you and take a lot of members out, or you do focus on the brush and the rest of your team is enabled because they're able to play the objective and get in and play the game. Well, the way to play that play style is to put yourself in a place where the enemy team doesn't want to have to look, which means usually coming from the side, coming at them from behind as much as you can, getting into places where the objective isn't, because if the enemy team is looking at you, that means they're not looking at the zone, and so they're not painting the zone from there. They're not, playing the objective from there. And the more that you can get them to turn and look away from it, the more your team is going to be able to pinch in and start to create flank opportunities. And, if the enemy team turns away and looks at you, that means that your teammates can shoot them in the back or shoot them in the sides. And the difficulty of a map like Hammerhead Bridge is that there are only so many places you can get into that they can't see. Now, there are some, but there aren't that many. So let's start off, and what I'm going to be paying attention to here is positioning, is where you roll out to and what it seems like you're trying to do once you get there.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but is there supposed to be a screen share?
Thank you for that. That is an important thing that I forgot to set up. I'm going to put that into the Discord server here. And then, Jenny, you can, once this is up, you can click on that, and you should be able to see in real time instead of having to just watch the stream. So, left click on my name, and you should have the option to watch stream, and then you can go from there. All right, Jenny sees it. Here we go. All right, so we're just rolling out straight into mid. So this is a position where you're relatively safe. Like, it's not a bad thing that, like, you're in this specific spot for the sake of your safety. The issue is going to arise when you try to go anyplace else. So let me really quickly get on to sendodutting/plans so that I can doodle a little bit. Have a little bit of an explanation. It's going to take me a second to set up, but bear with me. There we go, there's that. And then I go here to here to ... Where's the... There it is. Here and here. Okay. So, we've just come in and we've put ourselves on this spot right here. That did transition, right? Yeah, okay, good. And the thing about this spot is that you're safe here, but anytime that you want to go anyplace else, you have to go maybe this way, or, you know, this way straight ahead. But any of these options to get out of mid from here, if you want to move anywhere besides backward, mean that, let's say you've got, let's see, there's a heavy splatling on their team. So the heavy splatling could just stand right here, and if you go this way, they can hit you. If you go this way, they can hit you. If you go up over the top, they can hit you from a range that you can't hit them back. And that's why, even though you're safe right now, I don't think this is a very good position for an ink brush to try and take. Because, remember, you are going to do your best when you are making them turn and look away from the zone. So you want them looking here or here instead of here. That's kind of the goal. And that does a couple of things. Number one, because let's say you go over here. This is a pretty good spot, or this is a pretty good spot, if you can get there without getting, you know, shot from this direction. The advantage of being in one of these spots is that you're a lot closer to this heavy splatling before they're able to shoot you, because they are a straight line of sight weapon. If you're in squid form, right under this ledge right here, if they try to hit you, they're going to hit the floor instead of hitting you, or shoot over your head. So there's no way that they can hit you from here, which means that before they decide to walk forward, before they do anything else, you know, if they try and turn this way, they need to worry about you jumping up over the top and flanking them, like so. And so if you stay there and just kind of like chuck bombs at them or threaten them or even just killer whale them in this direction, eventually they're going to have to deal with you. They're going to have to move in and like clear you out and get you out of their way so that they can move up and take the rest of the zone. And once they're turned to that side and looking at you, they're not looking at the zone. They're not looking at your teammates. That gives your teammates options to potentially get in and do something against them, or to take other fights that the heavy splatling was preventing them from taking before. So that's the general idea that I have of specifically brush positioning. That you're trying to get into places where it's difficult for them to get rid of you, but if they ignore you, that you just jump on them and get a lot of easy picks. Okay, so we paint up our half of the zone, right? Which is something that's relatively easy for us to do from this position because, again, we're right there in mid. But the hard part of the zone to take is this part. This part's easy. It's the part that the enemy team is guarding that's really hard. So we're not too worried, you know, as a frontline weapon, or, you know, as I would call a brush a frontline weapon. It's a little bit complicated because it's not going to be fighting from in front. It's more of like a sideline weapon, if anything. I don't know if that makes any sense. But you've got weapons that are perfectly capable of dealing with the backside of zone. And what we need to do is enable our team to be able to access the other side of the zone safely. It's making this play right here that should be kind of the general focus of our weapon, since, you know, we don't have the best range for painting. We can paint pretty well, especially for special, but this right here is not going to cap us the zone, and this is the easy part. This is the part that, like, any weapon on our team could have filled in for us. So that's why I'm recommending that we go someplace else than this. Let's see how this works. Oh, whoops, I forgot to switch back real quick. There we go. Okay. So we end up actually backing away from mid. And we're playing really far back right now. Part of it, you know, we're looking at the chumps and respecting them. This is very, very far back. This is further back than even a backline weapon, I would say, should probably be right now. Unless you're something like an E-liter that can just reach. Because being back here, we'll go back to this. From this position, like, let's think about what our range is. Our range is about like this. We control whatever is in this circle, because anything that's in this circle now has to worry about us splatting it. Well, what the enemy team cares about is this space right here, and also importantly, they care about anything that they can use, any space that they can use to paint that zone right there. That's not a perfectly drawn circle around it, but, you know, this spot still matters, because if you're on this spot, you're in range to paint the zone, right? So it's not just the zone that matters, it's all of the space around it where somebody's going to try and stand to paint the zone from, right? You can paint the zone from here, so that spot matters. This spot, you may not be able to paint the zone immediately, but you can very quickly get in range to splat someone who's painting the zone. So those are the spots on the map that really matter in splat zones. It's anywhere that you can be in range to paint the zone from, and anywhere that you can easily attack someone who's painting the zone from. It's one of those two things. From here, I would argue that you can't do either of those things. That you can't attack someone who's painting the zone or paint the zone yourself. You're just too far away with your weapon to have an impact on it. And moving this far back, all of the time that you spent from about here to here was also time that you're spending being out of range to paint the zone. And from there, you're going to have to spend extra time getting back into range to paint the zone. So there's just a lot of time being spent here away from the things in the game that are going to have the positions in the game that are going to have a significant impact on how the zone is played. So that's why I would recommend coming in from the sides. And I think what's happening is you've got a really good intuitive understanding of whether it's safe to be where you are. Because you're thinking, I think, on a straight line right now. You're like, okay, well, I'm right here, and it's not safe to be here because, you know, there's specials going out, there are enemy players fighting, so I need to back up to here. And from here, it's safe. And then I can, you know, go back in and maybe try and surprise someone as they move up or something like that. But that's thinking like a weapon that can really just bully other weapons out of the way. That's thinking the way like a 52 does. A 52 gal, it doesn't care that there's a player here, because it's just going to put a wall here, and it's going to stand right here, it's going to paint all of this up, and it's like, all right, buddy, if you don't move, I'm swimming through all this paint that I just made and going for you as soon as this wall goes up. And they're just kind of forcing their way through the middle of the map. But with as little range as you have and as little of a way to protect yourself as you have, like the wall or something, you want to be sneakier. You don't want to be in a position where the opponents are going to see. Because if the opponents want to look in this direction, you want to be coming from the most extreme angle away from them that you can. And since you're trying to come at them straight head on, you're just getting forced back. So what we want to do is, you know, this line of like moving from back to front makes sense, but that doesn't mean that we have to play on it. We can play like this, or like this. And doing this sort of a play, going sideways compared to the objective line instead of straight onto it, is going to get you a lot more openings to get in and actually do what your weapon is good at doing. All right. So we start moving in now that we see that our teammates have gotten the enemy team's attention and they're drawing someone into a position where you might be able to splat them. And I like the idea to, like, see if you can go for that pick knowing that that player isn't looking at you. Unfortunately, they end up disengaging. One way that you could get in here right now, you do start popping it now. One way you could have gotten in and tried to maybe finish a fight on that player was to pop the whale. And then once you start running with the whale, it's going to spread the lasers out a lot. And that's going to make it so that they cover a really wide area and make it dangerous for them to be there. Alright, so we're playing really safely. And we're throwing a bunch of bombs. This is definitely something a brush is capable of doing, of throwing a lot of bombs and basically playing like a Splattershot Junior does. But, excuse me. If that's going to be the primary playstyle, the Junior is actually going to be better at it. The Junior paints better, at least more consistently. Actually, I'm not sure if that's true in terms of overall paint output. The brush might actually paint better than the Junior does, but the Junior paints better for securing the objective. Because the way that a brush wants to paint is by spinning around in a circle, so you can only paint whatever is around you immediately. Whereas the Junior paints everything out in front of it. And it can move while it's painting a lot better than the brush can. So it's going to be better for painting the objective at least. And the other advantage that the Junior is going to have if you're trying to play to throw a bunch of bombs and, you know, stay on the zone and stay back, is it's going to have a big bubbler, which will keep the zone safer for longer. It'll force the enemy team to have to shred through that big bubbler and get onto the zone. So if you're looking for like a supportive play style where you're trying to stay back and just throw a lot of bombs and not go in that much, Junior would actually be a really good opportunity for you to try that out. And it's still very fast, very zippy, very maneuverable. You have to learn how to paint your feet and swim through that instead of just putting the brush down. It is a little bit more complicated mechanically because you're having to learn how to use a shooter instead of a brush, but it is definitely an option if that's a play style that you prefer. So we get our special. Once we get our special, though, we want to be backing up with it. Or we don't want to be backing up with it. We want to be using it to push forward. When you pop a special, that makes it so that if you take a fight against someone who's getting shot by lasers at the same time, it's kind of like a 2v1 that you've created for yourself. That's the advantage that a killer whale gives you. It puts a player into a position as though they were already being attacked by something. And now they're having to deal with that on top of whatever else happens. But if you fire the lasers and never go in with them, and you never actually, like, engage, or your team doesn't engage or anything like that, the lasers are just aiming at someone, and it's really easy for them to get away from. Literally all they have to do is squid roll twice, and the lasers just won't do any damage to them at all. So you want to aim these at someone who's being fought, and if possible, you want to be getting yourself in there to take the fight with the lasers at the same time. Because you'll notice you didn't get any splats with that killer whale. You didn't really help your teammates secure anything with that killer whale. There were no like assists or anything. It basically didn't get that much value. Because it was used on a player who wasn't being pressured from anywhere else. And so neither the whale nor the fight is going to get a pick. Ooh, gotta be a little bit careful there. And we're actually kind of getting forced over to the right here, which is a better position for us. What we want to be doing from here is we want to be... Let's pull this back up. So, being right here, when there's a Nautilus right here, definitely not what you want. Because the Nautilus can reach you from there, and you can't reach it. But, if you can get to this wall right here, now a straight line of sight weapon, a weapon that just, like, can only hit in a straight line, it has to be able to see you to hit you. It actually can't hit you if you're up against that wall. Because it has to look like straight down and get all the way right up close to the ledge and then figure out where you are. And if you're sharking right underneath it and you're a brush so you can hit up over ledges, you're going to be able to hit them before they can hit you if you can get into that kind of a position. And that's what we're really looking for. We're not looking for you to be here because this is dangerous. This is something where you just get splatted by a backliner. We want you to be like here or here. Up against walls, up in ledges, in corners, stuck into places where it's really difficult for any weapon that's going to fire in a straight line to be able to hit you because there's something in the way before they can hit you. So that's what we're trying to aim for with all of our positions here. And that's the way you're going to get forward. In general, any short-ranged weapon, cover is its best friend. Anything it can hide behind. Anything that lets it move closer to an enemy player without that enemy player being able to get shots on it. Because that's the advantage that you have if you have range. You're able to hit shots on your opponent before your opponent is able to hit shots on you. Well, if you take that advantage away because you got in range of them before they were able to get shots on you, now you're the one at the advantage because your kill time is faster. So that's the kind of positioning that you're aiming for here. So we're 2 down. We want to be really careful at this point because it's just us and one other player who's alive. And we haven't, unless we checked the map there, and I don't think we did because we were already moving the whole time, we don't know where that other player is. So for all we know, we could be like completely alone over here right now, and all 3 members of the enemy team could be trying to move toward us and get us out of here. So we've got to be careful. Especially important to stay alive here because if you look at the upper right, we're really, really close to having our special. If we can just get those last 3 bars of special, then by the time our team gets back here, we're going to have another tool to be able to get us into the zone quickly, to overwhelm the enemy team and take space back. And if we go down, then we're going to lose that. Not a bad idea, actually. Going back in probably gets us splatted there, but the fact that we were there in the first place was already doing good work. So let me freeze on a particular moment right here that I want to go back to the map and point out. Okay, right here. Right now, we're kind of doing the thing that I was talking about, where we're forcing the enemy team to look in the wrong direction. Right now, there is a heavy splatling right about here, but because you're here, they can't look at the zone. They have to look this way. And the trick here, the reason this doesn't go the way that you want it to, is that you get back here, you get to safety, but then you go back in. Going back in just puts you on an open sight line. That is, there's nothing in between you and the heavy splatling, so they're able to just splat you from there. But if you were to just kind of stay here, if you were to, like, maybe not dive into the heavy, but, like, stay right around this corner and chuck a bomb at them as soon as they stop shooting at you, now you're wasting their time. Now you're getting them to look the wrong way. Because the longer this heavy stays looking backwards at you, the more time your team has to potentially find them and splat them, the more time your team has to deal with the rest of the enemy team without the backliner being able to look at them and take zone. You're actually doing your job, even if you don't really get a splat here, as long as this guy just keeps looking in this direction. So you don't want to, like, commit too hard to going back in and trying to get behind them, because they're keeping their distance really well. They do a very good job here of making sure that you can't get this close to them where you can hit them, that you're in their range, but they're not in your range. They're using their heavy splatling range to be able to beat you when you try to approach them. But you don't have to approach them, because all you're really trying to do is get them to look the wrong way. If they start looking this way again, you could run up right next to them, or you could come all the way behind and flank around like this, and clear this whole area out, and prevent jumps from coming into this area. If they, start looking this way, you could also just throw a bomb at where they are, and just keep bugging them and forcing them back until you can maybe come around and do something like this. Maybe if they ignore you and you can't find a good opportunity to do something about them, then you just sit maybe like right here or right here. And as soon as one of the enemy team comes back in, you jump out from behind the corner and splat them. You've got a lot of options once you're over here because you're one of the most mobile weapons in the game. It's hard to trap you. Even if this whole area is painted the enemy color, you don't care because you can just be a brush and go wee, do loop-de-loops and all this fun stuff. You can just swim through and not have to worry about getting stuck. So instead of going back in, when you've got a position like that where you're behind them, just kind of play to be annoying. Play to make it so they can't ignore you, but don't even necessarily just charge them. You can just, get them to look the wrong way and you're doing fine. So, we end up trading, which isn't a terrible outcome, although it's probably not what we want because a trade goes in favor of whoever's in control right now. So the enemy team is slightly in favor right now because even though, it's just 1-for-1, going down 1-for-1 means that the way that things are is going to stay the way that they are for longer. Well, what's the way things are? They have the zone capped. So I imagine they take lead here. Okay, team actually ends up getting 2 players down. So it's on those grounds that we're able to actually cap it. But in terms of the impact that we were able to have, it was largely just something that favored the enemy team getting lead. Back to this. And then again, this is something that it's more something that's going to be important if you're playing the play style that I'm recommending than the way that you're playing right now. But getting marked as a weapon that's going to try and shark, as a weapon that's going to try and ambush people, is really, really dangerous. You rely a lot of the time on someone not knowing where you are, so it's going to become really important that anytime you see a wave breaker, that you're very seriously considering jumping over it and avoiding getting hit by it. And hi, Kyla. Okay. So we get a special over here on the left. Again, notice how you're further back right now than your Gootuber, than your Nautilus, both of which are weapons that have way more range than you have. And that's because those are weapons that can hit the zone from further away, and so they want to be a little bit further back so they can use their range against someone. But you don't have that range, and so you don't want to be this far away. So we end up getting a killer whale here. We throw a bomb. We recognize that there's a player stuck over there. We end up being able to get them just with the special itself. It doesn't look like the team even puts that much pressure on them. But again, every time you get one of these, I don't want you walking backwards. I want you going straight toward them. Or at least towards the nearest piece of cover that keeps you safe from them. You want to be using this to close the distance between the two of you, because if you stay this far back, you're just zoned out of the game for even longer. The special should be a way to take space, that is, to get yourself in when it's hard to get yourself in otherwise. So this is a good opportunity to get yourself into positions that you'd like to be in that were being protected until you popped the special. And again, we're backing up. Like, we're getting into one of these sharking positions. We probably could have gotten a little bit further forward even than we were, but then we back up and go back into mid again. And all of the time we're spending backing up is time that the enemy team is respawning and getting back out onto the map. If you had wanted to go up into this kind of a position, the time to do that would have been earlier, when players were still down. Because now that you try to come up here, there's a heavy splatling watching, and this is going to force you back. If you wanted to get up in there and get into an annoying spot, get into a sharking position, get into a position where they have to look the wrong way, the time to do that was when they weren't there guarding it. But because we took so long and did this long loop back through mid before we tried to approach it again, now we've lost all of the time that we had to do that, and we're going to run into their longer ranged weapons set up in defensive positions by the time we get there. Whew. All right. Made it out alive. Thank you for the donation, Landry Cosby. Before you criticize someone, you should walk a mile in their shoes. That way you are a mile away from them and you have their shoes. Wise words, wise words. Okay, so that's 2 down. Let's see. Was that a bomb? I think that was a bomb we threw. This jump's a little spooky. Okay, we make it away from them. Nice. So we get enough things. We throw a bomb over there. They happen to blunder into it. Excellent, excellent. And at this point, that's a number of players down. That it's not enough that we can just hold forward. You know, it's 4v3, so it's easy to get traded back. But what we do want to be doing is start to apply pressure to the enemy team so that we force them back bit by bit, carefully. Eventually, you know, if the entire team is exerting pressure on their team, they will be stuck at some point in a 2v1, somewhere on the map. They will have that disadvantageous fight that they'll have to deal with. And so we want to slowly move forward and slowly increase that threat level. You know, not rush into anything so we don't get just traded back right away and it becomes a 3v3 again, but kind of cornering them, basically. Either forcing them to deal with us or forcing them to back up. So, we end up getting... Ooh, that's going to be a couple of picks there. Nice. They do have their tacticooler, so even a 2-for-1 trade is, like, about even. But we did manage to get one before then, so we're still going to have numbers advantage as we go up here. So, here's an idea. You see the purple inflatable, what we call a pillow on the left? What happens if you were to just get in squid form right next to that thing? Right up on the side of it. Just like nest yourself into the corner there a little bit. Think about where the heavy got you from before. The grate in the upper right that's just barely blocked by mid right now. They can't hit you from there. They can't use their range on that. The only people who are going to be able to hit you are people who come down that ramp, and they're probably going to be in range of you. That's a really good sharking spot if you can get up to it. That's a spot that they don't really have a great way of contesting without, like, throwing a bomb at it or a special or something. And even if they throw that bomb or that special, and you are forced to just run away, they had to spend time throwing that bomb or using that special to get you out from behind that. You're probably going to get a pick just by sitting behind that thing anyway. But then even after you get the pick the first time and they're, like, wise to it, you're still forcing them to take extra time to get from their spawn to the zone. And that's the whole point. That's the way you win this game mode. You win this game mode by getting the zone and then wasting their time. So, you know, that 2 seconds, that's like another 3 or 4 ticks on the zone at least. That's not bad. It's also a lot out of their ink tank, so it might be a little longer than that. Dragonstar is very insistent on the puns. Is very resilient. Oh. We get marked there, and we're getting chased out of these positions that could be strong for us. And I think it's just, again, because we're thinking on that line instead of thinking about how to come in sideways. Because, like, one of the really useful things that you can do on this map to make it so you don't get locked out is use the sides. This map is, like, really, really, really skinny. Like, look at this. This part of the map right here is absolutely dreadful. It is one of the worst designed things in Splatoon 3. Everything outside of the middle of this map is just, like, walleye warehouse. Way, way too thin. This is something that, like, if you get one crab tank standing right here, they control literally the entire enemy base. There's no way to get out against a crab tank being right here without using more members than it takes to use that one crab tank. It's just really, really bad design. But the one exception that you can see that is outside of that skinny little rectangle are these two edges right here. These are what make the map wide enough that a single crab tank right here cannot control everything. It can control all of this, but it can't control this, and it can't control this. And it doesn't have to be a crab tank that we're talking about. It can be a splatling. It can be, you know, anything with some reasonably long range. It can be, you know, a couple of players. But these sections make it so that not the entire map is a choke point. So what the other team wants to do if they take the zone is they want to push up far enough to about here that the map becomes one choke point and they can defend it really well. Because anybody who's coming out has to come out either in this direction or in this direction. And if you're right here, you can see both of those things and stop both of them. So they want to get into that kind of a position. But if they walk forward and they haven't cleared this area out yet, then someone from here just gets in and gets to the zone and bypasses them. So let's say things are going kind of bad. Let's say that there's a player or two that has gone down and you don't think you're going to be able to get to the zone. Instead of just backing straight up and giving up all this space and getting them closer to this spot where they want to be, what you can do instead is run sideways. Get out into here. Because from here, you can play a little ring around the rosy around this. You can play a little ring around the rosy around this. You can just, like, put yourself in places where it's very inconvenient and annoying for them to get to. Like, if you were to run around this corner to be right here, and they saw you doing this in plain sight, and they're following you, they still can't very safely just walk around the corner and get rid of you, because every brush and roller ever is going to go around this corner, stop dead right around the corner, turn around, and then enemy player is going to wander right over here, and now they're in brush range, and now you take them out. And so either they blunder into that ambush because you just ran around a corner and they blindly followed you without realizing that they were putting themselves in your range, or if they recognize that they're in danger, they have to take their time. They can't just run straight at you. They have to kind of like be like, I can't go over there, and then maybe like try to come around this way and get a wider angle or something. Something that's going to take a lot more time and is going to be somewhat reactable to you. And, you know, maybe if you see this coming, you roll a bomb at them in this direction, and then you run over this way. And you just, like, waste their time over here, Because all of the time that they're spending chasing you in this direction is time that they're not pushing up and getting closer to this nasty lockout that there is on this map. And you see, like, even in a lot of top-level games, that players are even willing to get splatted right here if it means that the enemy team never gets to progress past the zone. Because having control of this is so much weaker than having control of this. And if you force them to waste their time here, they never get up this far. Now, that's not the only goal here. Part of the goal here is to, stay alive for as long as possible, and then ideally to just super jump back to spawn, or to super jump back to a teammate who's coming in defensively. So if you can get into a position where they are forced to come after you, but you know you're stuck and they actually do have you cornered, you don't have to go down with the ship. You can just super jump out, and then instead of respawning, you only take maybe like 5 or 6 seconds to get back into a position where you can attack the zone again. And the time that you've bought by making it so that your team can just walk up to here for free instead of having to fight once they get to here is worth that extra 5 or 6 seconds. Thank you so much for the raid, Devil. Appreciate having you here. Devil is a mid-level frontline player, plays for... are you on Black Komodo? I think you're on Black Komodo. Which is a team consisting of some friendos of mine. So, thanks for bringing everybody by. Captain of Black Komodo. There we are. Aplo, who is a former teammate of mine, also plays for Black Komodo. So, good company there. Welcome, everybody. We were just doing a VOD review for Jenny on the ink brush here. All right. So, like, from right here, instead of just running back and getting out of this side, what I'm recommending is that you stay in there and, like, wait for them to walk too far forward and see if they notice that you came down here. If they notice you came down there, then maybe you can ambush them around the corner. If they don't recognize that you came that way, then you can get in from behind them and get a flank off or something. Looks like we're looking for splats on predictable places for people to be with splat bombs. That seems to be like our general way of approaching neutral. That we're not trying to use the main weapon very much. We're just trying to throw bombs at people, which it's good to know how to do, and it's definitely something that this weapon can do. But it's not the only thing that you can do, and you want to be kind of putting yourself in positions where as many things can go right as possible. Maybe you keep throwing bombs from the side on the left, and if you get a pick, then your team can start walking forward. Even if you don't get a pick, now they're like, ah, crap, we have to deal with this brush. And so then they start sending people at you. But here's the killer whale. And again, same kind of pattern that we've been seeing where we're backing up instead of going forward or trying to get a flank angle or something. There it was a little tricky because our team didn't really go in with it, but we're able to get one. And thankfully the team is able to cap the zone there. That was really important because they were 3 ticks away from being able to get the lead. So it was super close to losing the lead in the last minute, which is not the position you want to be in. Be a good time to be painting the zone, try to get it back. Yes, we eventually do. Need to get out of there. I like that we're going for this player. Ideally, just one very, very small thing with this fight is that we want them to have to look in a different direction to be able to see us than our teammate. So, right here, we run away from the heavy. We see the player here. Now, our teammate is on the right. So we want to come at this player ideally from the far left. We want this player to be directly in between us and our teammate, ideally, or as close to that as we possibly can. We want to be making it so that if they want to shoot at one of us, they have to be turned pretty far away from the other one of us. And right here, our teammate is back into our right. So if anything, we want to run past the opponent here, get to the left of them, and make them have to turn further away from our teammate, because then our teammate gets free shots on them. We end up being able to get them either way, but that would be a way that keeps it safer. And also, if you get too close to them there, you actually might have, like, potentially blocked shots. Well, okay, it's a charger, so it'll pierce, but you actually potentially could have blocked shots from something like a splatling if they were trying to help you there. Alright, so we maintain our lead. They're starting to go in and fight. They're one down. That would be a great time to pop this special and start moving forward, because our team has 4 members and theirs doesn't. Now it might be a little on the late side. We'll see. Okay. We end up at least getting the zone, which is something. One other thing. I talked before about wanting to dodge wave breakers so you don't get marked. And one of the reasons is that, like, right now, there is no information that the enemy team could have had about your position. Like, you're so far back, you're so hidden, that they wouldn't be able to know where you are, except that they do because you're marked. They can see through the wall that you're coming this way. So that makes it so that if someone had been lying in wait for you there, they would have been successful. But we're able to hang on, and we do win the game. Congrats on that. So, the general game plan, the primary goals that I would give you to work on are, number 1, to focus on getting an off angle, which is getting an angle that's not the direction that the team wants to be looking at, and engaging the enemy team from there, from the side, from behind them, from someplace they don't want to have to look at. Number 2 is to use cover to keep yourself safe while you're in those positions, and, you know, use your weapon's mobility and whatever else you need to make sure that you're going to stay alive in there and you're not just trying to fight, say, a splatling on an open sightline. And number 3 is, if you recognize that you're behind much, much longer ranged weapons, like the Nautilus, like the Gootuber, or, you know, like backliners, that you're probably too far backwards. That you can be further forward and still have a safe place to stand if they think that they can stand there. Do you have any questions for me, Jenny, before we move on to our next VOD review? Jenny is in DMs, so you will not hear them out loud, but I am going to read them if she comes up with any. Meantime, though, I'm going to start getting Diamondstars' VOD review ready.
So I was wondering when you would be able to look at mine, or if at all.
Was that Sicarius who was asking?
Yes, Marius, yeah.
So, I tried explaining earlier. Sorry if it didn't come through. The YouTube membership perk is to play like Anarchy Open or League or whatever it ends up happening to be with the group at the beginning of the episode. That doesn't include a VOD review. The folks who are getting VOD reviews have requested that, you know, a couple months before and have been waiting in line for those. And I'm always happy to take those. I keep them free on purpose so that they're available to everybody. But if you did want to get a VOD review on other time than this stream, that's what Medify is for. So, sorry if there was a miscommunication there. I apologize if you've been waiting for that.
I just didn't understand. You're fine.
Gotcha.
Thank you.
But yeah, you know, I'd be happy to look at that some other time for sure in the near future. We have some questions here from honeysquids. How long do VODs stay up on Twitch? On Twitch, it's like a week, but on YouTube, I'm pretty sure it's longer. I don't know if it's possible for you to download. Well, okay, you can there are some websites where you can download them if you really want to. There's one called like SS YouTube or SS YouTube downloader or something like that. Like literally just Google download YouTube videos and don't click on any pop-ups that install viruses and you should be fine. I do that a lot for grabbing content for videos. Do have a real question. In the beginning you told me to go to the sides, but isn't that really obvious? The enemy team will just see me. Going in with your team is more obvious because they're already looking at your team. So if they see your team, then they can also see you. So like, if your teammates are here and you're here, all the enemy player has to do is look in this direction and they see both of you. But if you are here and your teammate is here, if they want to see both of you, they can't just like stand here because then they can see this player, but now you're behind them. That doesn't work for them. They have to take maybe a more defensive position if they want to see both of you, or they have to like run over here and stay away from you to be safe from you. So it's definitely harder for them to see you if you go to the sides. And also, again, use cover. If you're hiding behind a wall, they can't see you. You could be this close to them, tucked into this corner right here, and it'd be hard for them to see because you're underneath this ledge right here. So I would argue that straight up it is a lot harder for them to see you if you go to the sides like that. Plus, you know, against an experienced team, they're probably going to expect that the brush is going to be trying to flank. Like, they're going to know that that's the game plan. There are only so many ways in on any given map, and if someone's diligent enough, they're going to be able to spot it. But it doesn't really matter because if you're forcing them to look one way and they would like to be looking another, if they see you, well, they're not seeing somebody else. So even if they know that that's the game plan, there's still not a lot that they're going to be able to do about it. Wouldn't they know I'm behind the wall because they see my ink? Cool. If they see it, now they're looking the wrong way. Like, you being seen doesn't necessarily mean that you're doing it wrong. Your goal is not necessarily to get kills. Your goal is to make them look the wrong way. Your goal is to distract them, to waste their time. Your goal is that if they try to go and charge you and attack you, you're getting out of there and keeping yourself safe, but doing so means that you've made enough of a nuisance of yourself that they have to go and deal with it. It's good they see me. Sometimes, yeah. I mean, you want to try and not be seen because then you just get an easy splat and now your team can start moving in. But even if they counterplay it, your playstyle still works fine because, you know, them having to deal with you means they're not dealing with something else that they'd rather be dealing with. Here we go. ML BK 1A 1P. CEO 8. Okay. What weapon do you recommend to play when you want to rush in, get kills, cause chaos, and also have a good kit, be ink efficient? Do not like the gals, too slow and ink hungry. Rush in, get kills. So, I mean, you could go with one of the splatter shots or the splash-o-matic. You could go with dualies, like a tetra dualies or something. You could go... 52 gal would be one of the options that I would recommend. So those are some of the premier aggressive weapons that people are playing at the moment. Tri-Slosher. Tri-Slosher is also up there. It's a little bit less aggressive, but Machine can play fairly aggressively. Considering the Tetras, yeah, not a bad choice at all. And it's actually pretty similar to what the Brush does. Tetras are extremely, extremely aggressive. They're constantly forcing the enemy team to deal with them instead of what else they'd rather be doing. Nouveau Tri-Slosher is the one that's seeing the most use competitively right now. But although if you do have a really good inkjet map, then sometimes it can be worth going for the other try.
Would you also say Dapple Doolies?
I don't recommend Dapple Doolies because I think the main weapon is too weak to support a competitive weapon in most cases. There's a niche that it has on Rainmaker. The Tetras, they're going to play somewhat similarly to Brushes. It's just like their lack of range and ability to poke at long range means that they get outranged too easily. Like, if that Dapple Doolies, for example, is in the corner we were talking about where we want the Brush to be hiding, so if the Dapple Doolies is back here, they actually just don't threaten anything. Like, we're not scared of a Dapple Doolies being here except for putting beacons on that spot. That's the only thing that we are really worried about it being there for. Because it can't throw a bomb at us. It can't hit us from here. Like, if it's just going to sit over here the whole time, then why do we even care? We only care once it starts to flank in here. And so all we need to do is play around the left-hand side, and as soon as it gets here, we're hitting it with something that's longer ranged, and now it's dead. The reason that the Brush is still a concern here is that if someone doesn't look at it, it can, try to go for that flank play, or if they're wise to that, it can always just throw bombs. And the bombs can reach pretty far. They can, like, get over there and still be disruptive to that team over there. This is still someone they have to deal with because they've got something they can poke at with range. So that's why, the Dapples Nouveau, I mean, they've got the torpedo. They also have a reef slider, which, they just give the Dapples a good kit challenge impossible. At this point, I think we'll start moving on to Diamond's VOD review. But if you have any more questions, Jenny, feel free to just keep sending them to me on Discord. And even if I don't answer them during the stream, I'll definitely get to them afterward and just send you, messages about it. I'm happy to help you out with anything. Yep, no problem. All right, so we're going to head back over and start watching Diamond's perspective here. This is Hagglefish, Rainmaker, it looks like. No, Tower Control. I always get them mixed up. And I don't know why, because the checkpoints will look different. Alright. So. Jenny says, thank you so much, Gem, and please tell Diamond and Devi and Sicarius thanks for playing, and talk to you later. Later, Jenny. Okay. So let's look at these comps. Oh boy, these are some weapon comps that are in the video game. Double Blaster is, if there's a mode that you wanted on, it's Tower Control, to be fair. And so that's why you're seeing all the blasters, because the blasters are like, yay, Tower Control, I get to play this weapon. That's kind of how they're going to think about it a lot of the time. The problem with that comp is that it doesn't paint at all. You've got your Tenatech Splatter Shot, which can paint, and then you've got the Brush, which can paint but won't, and then you've got two blasters, which cannot paint, and that's your team. Now, the other team has a blaster, which cannot paint. It has a Tri-Slosher, which is pretty mediocre at painting. It has a Roller, which is also pretty mediocre at painting. So it's in about the same position. But both of these comps definitely have that weakness, that the amount of paint on the floor is not going to be what the blasters want to be able to play their fastest. So it's also going to be really important to control paint here because you have a Tri-Slosher and a Roller on the other team, both of which are sharking weapons. They're weapons that are going to try and get into a position where you don't see them and just jump out of nowhere and splat you. So if you don't keep paint on the floor, and they get a lot of paint for themselves, then you don't know exactly where that roller is hiding. If you see, the entire map is painted, but then there's just one solid line for the enemy team, you know exactly where the roller is hiding at that point. And that's the advantage of having that paint, that you can spot those players before they get on top of you. So paint is going to be really important here, which is usually not your job, but it's a time where you might want to consider using your weapon to paint more often than you normally would, depending on the situation. Got to be careful about that rapid deco. It is going to have more range than anything else in the game, and so it's going to be able to bully whatever it sees. And if you're able to get on top of it, that's going to be helpful, but if it's spotting you too early, then it is going to be able to spot you even from behind corners and around ledges and stuff. If it sees you ahead of time, it has a really unwinnable matchup against you. But if you're able to get on top of it, that's when you're able to beat it. So that one's tricky. You don't want to end up on top of the Try or the Roller, because they probably have faster kill times. This is honestly a pretty hard group of weapons to play into for you, just as a brush. And again, your goal here is probably going to be more to draw aggro, to draw their attention, and get them looking the wrong way, than it is to actually go in and get picks, just because the weapon has a slow enough kill time that it's going to be unreliable at getting in and getting those picks against most of their weapons. Okay, so we start by putting up a lot of paint in mid, and we're starting to move forward here a little bit. When my teammate drops down like this on the right, I'm going to back up a few seconds here. So the teammate dropping down like that is a pretty significant commitment. This is them... this is a range blaster, mind you. This is a weapon that is pretty slow, very, very slow fire rate. And if it fires a single shot, it's going to be standing still for like more than half a second. It's just a sitting duck for a pretty long time. Like, to put this in perspective, the entire kill time of a splatter shot is less than 2/3 of a single shot from a range blaster. So it having to stand still for that long is pretty brutal for it. And it being this far up in front of you means it's going in pretty aggressively. So what you might want to do here is go down with it and like push up to the right a little bit or something to make it so that if there is an opponent that is looking at the range blaster, they have to deal with you before they can get to it. And that'll keep them a little bit safer. Looks like they end up getting the gal earlier, so the player that the range blaster is over here to shoot at ends up not being there. But okay, so we use the whale to close the gap, and we're just charging in at this player. We can't really push this any further. It is a tri-slosher, and now we're in some trouble, and we just try and distract as much as we can. And notice how you got no help there. You were in a 1v3 and you died, but all three members of the enemy team are over here in this irrelevant corner of the map. That's
exactly what I was thinking at the time.
Right. This spot right here is completely useless to them for the purposes of pushing the objective. So even if they come here and splat you, your team now has control of mid. Like, they are actually able to move forward for you having died.
Yeah, and check out what happens next.
Right. And that is beautiful follow-up on their part. Like, huge, huge shout-outs to the way that your teammates played that situation. The entire enemy team was all in one spot looking at you, and they collapsed on them from different directions and got there at exactly the same time. That's one of the most coordinated plays I've ever seen in solo queue. Really, really good stuff on their part. So yeah, at this point, we're just trying to get in there and be annoying. You don't need to challenge that roller. You don't need to go after them. You don't need to do anything. Just go down the left ramp. Just get down there and make them like, ah, crap. Now he's to the right of me. I want to go left, but he's to the right of me. And now they have to think twice about how they drop down. Now they have to go really slowly. Now they have to kind of paint that up. If you go down right away, that wastes less of their time. if you run away to the left-hand side and get into annoying little brushland, now they're like I want to look right, but I want to look left, but I can't do things. So we end up trading really successfully. Well, someone goes down on the tower, and so we're not going to be able to get that checkpoint. From here, I would definitely have my camera turned all the way back around. As I'm moving, I'm turning my camera so that I can see. Because right now we have no information whatsoever about what's happening behind us. We don't know if we're being chased. We don't know if our teammate is being chased. As we're retreating, we want to get our camera turned around because notice how, like, on screen right now, you're not at the very bottom of the screen, right? You're closer to the middle than you are to the bottom. Like, you can kind of see from the ink trail where you're at right now. It's Ninja Squid, so it's not gonna... Okay. It's really difficult to actually point out where you are on screen right now, especially, you know, if you're not watching at pretty high res. But you can see a little bit of the paint behind you, even if you're moving straight backwards. Like, you can see that your feet are painted, at least for the next little bit, even if your camera is looking the opposite direction of where you're swimming. From here, knowing that all of that is painted up, we want to be turning at least a little bit sideways so that we can see what's going on behind us as we retreat. Because, again, right now, like, we still don't know exactly where people are on the enemy team. We're losing a lot of information. The game changes really quickly in Splatoon, and any amount of time that you're spending not watching those changes is time that you're liable to get surprised by something. So, very... The camera movement is very passive. It forces us to play way further back than we would have had to normally. Just because we can't see what's going on. Nice pick. And that was, for those of you who were watching earlier where I was talking about Killer Whale, that is an excellent example of how Killer Whale can be used to get picks. This is why you pop the Killer Whale and then run in with it. Show it right here. So the whale goes out, and during this time, we don't see it on our screen, but the reticle, the aiming reticle for the Killer Whale is showing us exactly where enemy players are. So Diamond is spotting that there's a player in front, and that they're moving to the left, and we can see the ripples on the left, and the lasers are pointing where they used to be. So we spot those ripples, we cut them off where they're trying to go, and they never fire a shot. Why? Because they're having to move away from the whales the whole time. It's like having a 2v1. It's like they have to deal with one person, and that gives the other person free shots. This is a risky game. Yeah, as soon as the inkjet guesses right once, you get splatted there. So the goal there is probably to back up while keeping the pillow as much in between you and it as you can. The further away you get from it, the more dodgeable it is, the more time you can spend moving away from it before it connects with you. And so that extra time away, you know, that extra distance away from them is going to keep you safer. Because the splash damage of the inkjet is going to go around that pillow enough to at least get, like, indirect damage on you. And that's going to add up over time if you don't guess perfectly right every single time. I think the jump ended up being a little bit short. You always want your jumps to go out as far as you can from spawn, unless the enemy team is already in your spawn. Because you don't want to spend extra time having to swim out of your spawn area. Just, like, launch there immediately.
Sometimes I do shorter jumps so I can go ahead and get the spawn area to paint for my special.
Gotcha. That's more of a support kind of idea. That's more something you would do as like maybe a reflux or a flingza to get the missiles, or maybe like a splash to get the crab. Something that has like the highest value possible, but not necessarily a bad idea if you're planning on painting anyway, because it is just a bunch of free paint that you can get. Nice bomb. We should be getting someone on zone at this point. Okay, tracking the last player down is not a bad thing to be doing, although we didn't really have a lot of support there. Probably would have actually just gotten on the tower at this point, because the one player who is left is on the wrong side of the map to defend the tower, right? Tower has to go to the right from here. That player's on the left. And there's only one player who's remaining. So all you gotta do is, like, look over there, and you'll see them coming if they try to do anything about it. This is a risky jump because there's only one player forward, and so the furthest player forward on your team is the player that the enemy team is going to see, and the player that the enemy team is most likely to engage on first. You don't want to be the player who's being looked at if you're jumping in, because jumping in is vulnerable, and they might, put bombs on your jump or something. Well, not on this team, but, they might be camping it. So, generally, I try to avoid jumping to the furthest player forward, unless they're, like, so far forward that they're on a flank and the enemy team doesn't even know they're there. So we're going back to the left. Good view. Good information collection there. We don't quite get the execution on the fight here, but you have the right idea. I like that you're able to get on the other side of the splash wall when you go in. So, to illustrate what it is that they're doing here, in case you're not following, a player goes down on the left, right? That means that there is an enemy player on the other side of this wall. There has to be. How else would this player have died? There's no bombs for them to die to. There's no specials that are out. We don't see any shots anywhere. Has to be over there. So we come over here and we check, and this is really good camera movement so you can see this entire corridor on the left here. We see splashes on like straight in front of us all the way forward, which shows us that they're not actually intending on flanking this direction. They're just going to go back into mid towards Snake Hands here. So that's why we rotate back over here, and there they are. So that's how that player is getting tracked that whole time, in case anyone wasn't following along. Now we end up missing the shots. They walk forward when we're expecting them to go backwards in retreat. So they're actually able to get right there into their wall, and we have to flee. Good job getting away from it, though. Again, a lot of time being spent here with our back turned to the enemy team, which is something you just always want to avoid. There's an inkjet out. You have no idea where that inkjet is aiming right now. There's actually another inkjet that could, in theory, appear under any ledge right now. And since you're not seeing it move forward, you won't know which ledge you need to look out for. Okay, so we end up getting one. I'm not sure how I like being as far back as you are to paint for special. It feels like a very supportive play. The issue is that your team is already fighting by the time you get here. And yes, you're able to get some value out of the special in this case, but what could happen is the enemy team just 4v3s you, and then you get in with your special and your team is already all down. And the fact that you weren't there adding your pressure to the defense could mean that the fight goes a lot more poorly. Something to consider is that when you're like on enemy lines, you're more likely to be able to get special charge because there's going to be more enemy paint around you. Whereas you're going to run out of space in your base pretty quickly. So it's often a good idea, especially as a frontline weapon that's, there to skirmish, there to get their attention, to try and be going in on the sides or like further forward or something, rather than staying back and then going back in. We get one, which is good. Looking out for a player behind us, watching where they're going. Good job. You play with your teammate well there. We're going to go in and we're going to be able to get this guy. Nice. And we want to get on the tower as quickly as we can to keep this moving. I really like the idea to use the tri-strike to get up here. The roller has absolutely no idea that you're there. The problem is that you put yourself right in front of them where they're going to swing anyway. Like, you can actually see the roller here panicking and flicking a second time because they had no idea that you were there. But it doesn't matter if you put yourself on the line that they're looking at. So, like, right now, they don't know. Look at where they're aiming. It's not at you. But because you move so close to them, you see they flick a second time. They're like, oh crap, there's someone there. Oh, I got them. Okay, good. So just shark a little bit on the right Shark for a little longer, wait for them to flick once, and get them during the recovery time, instead of just holding forward at them. Because now they just get to clear the tower, when before they would have had to deal with you first. There, it might have been possible to take a more aggressive angle. Maybe this is just my over-aggressive tendencies talking, but when we jump in, we see that there's this player in front of us. Imagine instead of backing up, we run over to the right and drop down there. Now they've got Staratito on the right, Tiger is in front of them, and you're to their, like, front. Well, it's their left, your right. You're off to the right a little bit, but underneath that ledge. And they're a 52 gal that can't hit you from there. If you run backwards, they can just run into mid. But if you go sideways, now Tiger can probably actually move forward, because that player has to look at Staratito and Tiger. Has to look you and Tiger. So here, I would have actually just dropped down to the right, instead of running back in the same direction as my teammate. So at this point, Staratito is really isolated. And they're doing well for themselves, all things considered, but like, if we're on the tower like that, we need to be getting forward. At this point, like, especially once Staratito gets someone, like, the objective is way, way further in front of you. You're standing at, like, E-liter range from what matters right now. We want to get up there. The enemy team is 1 down. We've got 4. We've got control of the tower. Like, we got to get up there and get control again. We've got to keep this push up. Because this is an opportunity. They get another one, too. Like, we could be going and getting something done here, but I think we're not recognizing that there is someone who's safely on tower right now. And now 2 go down, including Staratito. Yes, now they wipe us because we just took long enough that they had all respawned and gotten in our way. There, if you're gonna be hitting shots with your main weapon, just keep using the main weapon. It's always slower to drop a bomb. You use the bomb in the case that you need more range. But especially with something like a brush, where you're not even worried about, like, whether you're gonna hit your shots that much, the bomb is just gonna take longer, and longer is not something you can afford against a roller. Good job getting that pick. Good job getting the beacon. We stop the tower. We're in really, really good shape right now, because they have to clear a checkpoint and then get to the second one and get through some of the points that are there. Whereas all you have to do is keep them off the tower at some point in time while they're pushing it. So we don't have to play especially aggressively here. We can just play to, you know, again, kill time. We don't need to kill them, we just need the clock. Or we could just go in and get a double, you know. As soon as you use that flick, the roller knew you were here. And they should have been able to hit you over the top of this ledge. I'll point out the moment where you lose stealth. So you get the whale, you move up. Now this roller is moving away from you, right? Which means that they're likely not going to have their camera focused in a direction where they can easily see you. Once you get into the ink right here, they don't see you, but as soon as you paint that, your head pokes up over the top, they see the brush stroke, and now they know you're here. At this point, especially since they're moving towards you, you've got to back up, because you do not win the 1v1. Now, they play it overly safe, but that you should have been splatted probably 4 times over at this point. Alright, we finally managed to get them. And, like, all of this is good in that, like, even if you're not getting the picks, you're just wasting their time. You're giving them something that they have to shoot at instead of getting on the tower here. So, like, even if, you know, you're not quite getting rid of them as swiftly as you could, as efficiently as you could. Just running around is all you really need to do. So we can talk a little bit about how to take those fights to be slightly more successful. But at the end of the day, again, you're perfectly happy even with just killing all the time. So let's go to the last, like, 20 seconds or something. Okay. So, like, right here, for example, they could have gotten closer to you and just put a horizontal flick over the side and you would get splatted. They're not close enough to you and they're missing. You disengage from that eventually. This player could have hit you a couple of times. You don't want to be spending too long out in the open once your position is revealed, because, like, there's no cover here. So dropping down over the ledge is the safest thing you can do right now. You do that eventually, but they could have splatted you in the time it took to do it. At this point, we see that, you know, once we drop down here, there are only two things that we're really worried about. One is someone dropping over the right to chase us, and one is someone dropping over the left to chase us. We see that there's no one immediately following us on right, and so our vision should immediately turn to left. And I think this catches us off guard that someone comes over the left. I think we don't spot that. And part of the reason I spotted it was not just, you know, I'm attuned to looking for things that are the wrong color out of the corner of my eye. It's also that I was specifically looking there, knowing that that was the only place that was going to be unsafe at that point. So they get a couple of shots on us. Fortunately, they miss them. We want to be getting our camera turned around to be able to see them a little bit sooner, because by the time we get here, they've already moved and they're out of our range, or out of our line of sight. But we hit our shots better than they hit theirs, and so we win there. There's the Kraken, and so we run away from that. I like that we're not trying to just shoot at it or something. Like, it boggles my mind that so many people try to shoot at Krakens. Like, it's not gonna do anything. If a crab tank can shoot at a Kraken and not accomplish anything, probably not worth it for you two, unless it's a very specific play where they can't charge at you and they need to do the jump shots. Then you can actually Kraken tame. But yeah. Anyway, you use the whale over here and you get into an annoying position where it will actually hit the rapid. And at this point, it doesn't matter that there's a tri-slosher on you because they have 1 second to get on the tower and they spent that time splatting you instead. So, all right. It's kind of neat that, like, we had two people on exactly the same weapon, because that enables us to kind of talk about a lot of the same concepts from the previous one. But if there's anything that you have questions about, now would be a great time to ask.
So did Mikey ever get a job?
I haven't heard anything about it yet. I'm gonna go and check real quick and see if he posted anything about that on Twitter. Because I'm curious myself, but I have not heard.
Did he become a real life salmon runner?
Oh no. I don't have any updates on the salmon cutter position. I do follow him on Twitter, and I figure he would probably have posted something about it at some point there, but I haven't seen anything. Yeah, no updates on Twitter since that point, and nothing in the bio. So. Hire Mikey.
Oh well, I don't really have many questions. That was very no, I don't have anything to ask at the moment. I will say that I actually used to play a lot like Jenny, up until I had a VOD review from, I believe it was a member of Kingmakers, that's their team name. And then they were like, yeah, so a passive ink brush is a non-threatening one. You need to play more aggressively, and that's how I developed a more aggressive play style.
Kingmaker are a team, for those who don't know, who run triple brush competitively and manage to get mid-level results with it. It's insane, and it's hilarious, and I definitely recommend checking them out. A lot of them stream. So those would be good people to talk to if you're trying to learn how to do brush things.
Yep, I actually want to thank you for posting that link to the weapon-specific Discord crosswalk, because that's how I met them in the Brush Discord server.
Oh, awesome! Awesome.
Yep.
Glad to make that connection.
Yep. No questions at the moment. Thank you for the VOD review. I'll go and put this into practice next time I'm playing.
All right, awesome. Thank you to you and to Jenny once again. for being able to, you know, put your play up in front of all of these people and be criticized, because that is not an easy thing to do, and I appreciate the heck out of everyone who is brave enough to do so. Hope that you learned a lot, that it helps you in your future Woomy gaming, and that everybody else on stream learned a bunch from that as well. That is going to do it for our VOD reviews here. I might just go and play a game or two of Inkbrush and talk a little bit about it, since we had such an Inkbrush day, and it'll be good to kind of illustrate a few of these things.
I was gonna ask for an Inkbrush match anyways.
You always do. You always do. So let's just do something like that. It's probably fine.
I remember you telling me, like I was in the chat and I said, I wish there was more like Inkbrush VOD reviews, because I could only find one of them. And you're like, yeah, go ahead and just like, you know, you can go ahead and always ask for one.
Mm-hmm. Well, you got more than you asked for today. You got two instead of one.
Yep.
All right, so I'm gonna finish this cup of yogurt, and then I'm gonna go and do an Inkbrush match on tower control, either Sturgeon or Umami.
Is it alright if I stick around in the VC?
Sure, go ahead.
Alright.
I'll be brave enough when I can work OBS. There you go. You don't necessarily need to record on OBS. Like, both of the VOD reviews today were just replay codes. It's not a stream if Diamond isn't asking for an Inkbrush match. Correct. It's a tradition. Every single time. I'm going to be in Ludi DivX Championships. And we're going to have Inkbrush match, Inkbrush match. Play Inkbrush. All right. I eated it. I'm practicing my brush stuff.
Can we get some representation from the Brush Nation in the chat, guys?
It's important to make the noises, by the way. That's part of the technique. How to request a VOD review? DM, yeah, Whistlewind Wolf had it. Thank you, Whistlewind Wolf. Okay, 3 midline weapons, which means they're going to be able to follow up if I get a good fight for them, but they're not going to be able to push forward super aggressively. So I need to be careful about how I set these up. Can't get in too deep. Also have to watch out for the charger. The thing about brushes is that they counter people who are used to catching you by painting your feet. Chargers do not have the liberty of painting your feet. If they get you, it is because they hit you, and that is the way that you stop a brush from being able to move places. You just kill it. Okay, we're alive, which is a start. Cannot stay there. Alright. Looking pretty good so far. Ah. They got up there fast. I guess I need to let somebody else ride the tower here. It would particularly be good to have the Mini doing it. It's like, I'm like, man, we need to be getting someone on tower here, but also it shouldn't be me. So notice how I'm repeatedly coming up from behind them. Because this is my job, it's to get them to look someplace they don't want to look. Now they read that really well, because I'd done it already. And we all died in front, which is also not fantastic. We get one there. There's another one still on the tower that I can't reach, and nobody got them. Which is a little disappointing because we had a machine and a blaster, both of which have AoE damage that can hit around the pillar there, so it feels like there was probably a way to stop it there, given what we had, but hard for me to say because of the angle I was taking. How do most people mash? So there are a couple of different methods. One is just literally press the button over and over. But what you can also do is you can map your buttons such that you're able to use 2 different fingers. So for example, what some people have done is mapped bombs to L instead of R, and then for brushing, they go tap, 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 tap with both fingers. Or if your fingers are small enough and actually fit on the button, you can just use that same technique to hit the same button. So doing it like this.
I personally prefer the carpal tunnel experience, but you know, I guess that works.
So if you get the timing right on that, that's how you would do it. I'm personally just used to mashing it because I typically don't have to play brushes for a long amount of time. But you know, like has been alluded to, you've got to be really careful with the way that you play a brush because it is one of those weapons that requires mashing and therefore can cause injury, and isn't necessarily as accessible to everybody. So make sure you're doing your stretches. Turbo inputs are generally... there's a lot of stuff that they can do that would be unfair in a competitive setting. If you set turbo to mash at like a reasonable human level just to prevent injury, like that I think is a pretty defensible way to play ethically. Like that's something that I as a tournament organizer, you know, given that someone has hurt themselves and needs to prevent injury, that's something that I could allow as long as it wasn't allowing them to mash at superhuman speeds. But it's definitely a pretty nuanced conversation. Because on one hand, it can be used to cheat if handled improperly. But on the other hand, if it's not allowed at all, some people just can't play the game with certain weapons. So we're going to just try and get some paint up over here, because I'm not going to really have time to get a good flank off from that position. Get up. Where are you at? There you are. I just splatted someone by running around in circles. Whee! Great weapon. See, here's the thing. You came up at close range against the brush, so that was a mistake. Ooh, nice, nice. Just the stamper. Aw, oh, man, we got stopped by that one stamper? That was a 1v3. Ah, darn. I was hoping we would at least get checkpoint for the delay that I was able to cause. Brush things are so silly. I kind of just splattered that guy with the bonk, because it bonked them into missiles. Ah, couldn't break it there. Probably should have made them miss one more shot. I just thought they were going to fire earlier. Okay. Should be okay. There we go. Alright, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. Do we get the KO? Yes, we do. They didn't get up on the tower in time. So, you can see there were a lot of very silly things that I was doing there, right? Just literally just running a circle around their dome that one time. But they couldn't tell where I was, because I was underneath ledges. And so they wouldn't see me as I ninja squidded up. I would jump out, get a pick or something, or I would just run past them and they'd have to turn around and deal with me instead of dealing with my team. #1 overall splatter. And that's why you run a lot of quick respawn too, because some of those things are very silly. Silly to the point where you do get splatted. And so when you do something that's a little too silly, that's when the quick respawn kicks in. But I didn't really paint that much. I didn't put out that many specials. But I got the enemy team looking in the wrong direction, and my team was able to file in behind me and take care of business. Alright. Silliness hitting critical levels.
The silliness cannot be contained.
Yeah, zones. Ew. Hagglefish and mincemeat? I don't want to play that. What would I normally play here? Probably like... Probably just... Let's work on Splash. Let's work on Splash. Splash is something I've been trying to get worked up, because Nintendo seems convinced that they don't need to nerf it at all, so... If it's gonna stay strong, I might as well use it. But my crab tank has been falling behind for some time, and I'm trying to get caught back up and figure out how to use it more effectively than I have so far.
Would you say the Splitsana Stamper has become meta?
Yeah, it's not a necessary weapon to run, but it is a very strong weapon to run. Like, I would say double splash is something that your team needs to be able to play. Stamper is something where, like, if someone's gonna run Stamper, you can work that into every comp, and it's going to be capable of dealing with whatever you want. But you can also just get away with not running it, and, like, you have other options. So, it's, like, very, very high tier. It's not quite the absolute top tier. But, like, Kyo and Prochara have both been finding a lot of success with it. There are a lot of really good Japanese players on it. So, it's very proven. What playstyle team role would you say V-Mini fits the best? Kind of like a combination of a... excuse me. Of a paint support and a midline slayer. Because, like, it paints a lot, but the special that it gets is not one that you really need to paint for that much. If anything, you're going to spam it as if it's a tri-strike. I wasted that entire special's duration missing shots. I needed to move a lot sooner than I did. I was just like, I have time to hit this tri-stringer, which I did when I started the special, but since I didn't, I needed to move faster than I did. I do that sometimes where I get the idea in my head I should be able to do something, and then when I've lost my window, I fail to recognize that. surprised I didn't get the machine there, but we did get our check. I think. Yeah, we did. Oh my god, I missed everything. Ah! I should have had that machine. Should have had that machine easy and been able to live there. Where's that dude? There. We'll sneak up to here a little bit. Anybody see that? I don't think anybody saw that. Somebody walk by me, please. There we go. Oh my god, and I missed. We got him eventually. This player, no, they don't. Now we get to do this. Oh, no we don't, because there's a blaster on the right that killed my teammates. Okay, nice, that's them down. This player's weak. Can we hit that? No, we can't, because the tri-stringer's watching. So use this to shred the big bubbler. Gotta get up here to be safe. Taking their options off. There we go. Good. Just want to make sure that it's painted so that the Luna can't sneak up on us from anywhere. And also so we can get another crab. Pretty soon here. There we go. Nice. Got two. Beautiful. Unfortunately, the player who's riding the tower is the one who used inkjet. It's a common mistake for inkjet players to decide to become the primary objective player and then pop inkjet. Like, if you're holding a power clan and you get an inkjet, it doesn't matter that you get a quad, because by the time your inkjet is done, half of them have respawned anyway. So now they're going to be defending again. Try and get forward here, cut off some options for them to aggress on us. Nope. Okay, we got him. That's fine, we get extra points, team follows that up. Might be able to KO here. Booyah. What are your thoughts on the increasing use of lived in place of survived? I haven't recognized that pattern and don't know exactly what context. They do mean slightly different things. Well, Nintendo, like, in some translations of the aliens, it's like Martians. So this is specifically like the gray aliens. It's specifically like your UFO flying saucer types. The type that people think that they've been abducted by because of specific, like, nightmares that they're remembering with hypnosis as real instead of just suggested things by their brain. There is a psychological phenomenon that accounts for those kinds of stories, but it's like a very specific kind of alien, like as shown in the picture. Like, if we're talking about any extraterrestrial life, it probably doesn't look like that. Almost certainly not. But we're talking about the Roswell Gray aliens. We're talking about the aliens that supposedly crashed in a flying saucer that was actually an Air Force weather balloon.
What did you choose for white chocolate versus dark chocolate versus milk chocolate?
Milk chocolate.
Based.
Do you think Japan had the influence on which team won?
I mean, they had an influence because they played in it.
Well, the majority, I mean, majority influence.
I don't know what the player numbers are comparing the couple of regions. I'd think that they were at least there was at least some parity between East and West there, but I don't know exactly how large the servers are. I'm keeping it on rapid fire here so that I have a fast kill time in case someone tries to peek me and then go back behind cover. Ooh, that was lucky that they missed. I could fall off, but now I can move. Shoot. It was a tough spot. Like, they played it really well. I probably could have jumped out, recognized that, like, I had no way to push them instead of trying to push them. Because they had backed up far enough that they had given themselves time to charge. They had given themselves time where I would need to be spending... Oh my god, they're launching everything in the kitchen sink in the right place. I'm just trying to explain what was going on in the last fight, guys. Stop making me think so much. Stop this. Oh no, I don't think I can shred this. Well, everybody died. Forty 50% of the vote.
Sorry if I'm asking too many questions, by the way. Have you ever reviewed a turf war for someone?
Yes, I reviewed one for Kiwi, formerly of Last Resort, now of... Oh crap, I know... Oh, I remember what team... I just learned what team they were on recently. And I'm blanking out now, but they were a top-level player, and I did a Turf War VOD review with them and K-Bot on stream. So that's something you can go and find in the archives. But going back to what I was saying there, percent of sales from Japan versus Regrouping. There was a tweet on Splatoon JP for the chocolates, and white chocolate one with like 40-50% of vote. Wasn't that what it was on? Wasn't that just what it was in general?
Japan sales versus North American sales. I don't really think there's anything on it. I'm not sure.
I don't understand what statistical point they're trying to make there. Like, what a new one is trying to suggest would indicate a pattern. Like, I guess part of my question is, like, why does it matter, like, who it is specifically that voted for white chocolate? Like, oh, we had no hope to win because all of Japan voted for white chocolate? Like, why would that be the case? What is this, like some conspiracy of the Eastern players to turn the Splatfest to the wrong kind of chocolate, just as a sick joke? I don't get it. I kind of wanted to go for that player in Fight Club, but I didn't have the time to get there. Get out of the way of the jet here. Oh my god. Tower, please. Okay, somebody else got it. There's someone coming in from behind, and another one coming in from the left. Just gonna watch the left here. They just tried to run away. Didn't even try to fight. Oh my god. Sometimes this weapon feels really inconsistent to hit people with. The crab tank. Oh. I'm glad you missed. Man, I guess I didn't hit the direct because I think I needed 3 shots or something for that. Well, all the people I was trying to splat there went down anyway. Just make sure that there's nothing here. Oh my god. They're just trying to hard flank, I guess. I just need them to not shoot at the tower. If they can just not shoot at the tower, we're fine. Well, I had our back covered. We didn't have our front covered. Teammate in the middle is going to die. We don't have a lot of paint control. An awkward place to crab tank from, but we'll try and make it work. Let's just beeline tower. They don't. Okay, well we get them anyway. Where is this carbon? Ah, tower. There they are. Can you not, please? Good, pick their shads. That puts us at a numbers advantage. Just need a spot where the carbon is. They're in Fight Club somewhere. There. Someone go someplace. Thank you. Beautiful. Just the 52. Thought they might be behind us, but let's keep the rest of the team off. Bump. I'm out of ink. Alright. That went pretty well. Crab roll was merciless. Crab roll was optimal. Thank you. Hi, Dreamy Mist. Welcome to Gemstrand. That was a very good game. We did what we needed to do. And we would have KO'd if the game hadn't ended.
I wanted to say that you should do more of the Tentatex Splatter Talks, I believe that they're called when you upload them to YouTube.
Thank you.
Those have consistently been the most enjoyable parts of this stream, for me at least.
Well, thanks. Glad you like them.
Hmm.
Bird tout on Splatoon while getting into competitive scene help. So competitive can be stressful, because you know it's like I've compared it before to the difference between playing tennis by hitting a ball against your garage door versus playing it with actual people at a court. Like, one, you know, it can be a much more rewarding experience, and like there's a community aspect to it that there isn't otherwise. But also, you end up needing to, like, you know, coordinate schedules and plan when you're going to be there and reserve time at the courts or whatever. It's not just a matter of getting outside and doing it. So, just gonna cheese it. So, let's see if we can get a crab tank into here. Oh, I got juked so hard. I did not think they would do that. Damn. So there's some extra effort that goes into getting onto a team and, you know, being a part of the scene and stuff. But there's also a lot more to do, and it's a lot more rewarding. So I definitely recommend it. Like, I know I would not have played more than like 150 hours of Splatoon 2 if I had not decided to get into the scene competitively. And here I am, 7,000 hours later.
How long do you say it would take to like find a good team that works with you and works with your schedule and stuff?
That depends
So then
entirely
looking for
on you
team.
and what your goals are, and your social skills, and, you know, a variety of other things. Because your goals are really the important thing to figure out. If you know what your goals are... Oh, why did I do that? I knew they were there. If you know what your goals are, then you're going to find the right team fast, and, like, they're very likely to be a good fit for you. Whereas if you just go in like, I just want a team, I mean, you're going to find a team real quick. It's probably not going to be the right one. I do compare it a lot to dating. Like, it's one thing to go on a lot of dates. It's another thing to have a date that goes well with someone that you actually really want to invest time in. Like, one is a lot more difficult than the other. And it also depends on, like, how picky you're being. It depends on what it is you need. If you play, like, an off-meta weapon, it might be a little bit more difficult to find people who are willing to put the time into learning how to play around it. Whereas if you play Splash, for example, it's so easy to fit into any comp that anyone ever wants to play. So that's a factor. Results may vary. Results will vary, I should say.
And remember, guys, Gem's dating advice only works if you booyah back.
Correct. Yeah, the shots that I fired didn't paint my feet. And I needed them to in order to survive that. Notice how long they were stuck without the tower moving forward because of that one burst bomb I threw on the tower to paint it. That made it way more difficult for them to get on, which made it way easier for us to get in position in time to hold the checkpoint. Very nice. Okay. First bomb seems fun. Hope Ken's Doolies has it. That'd be interesting. Yeah, I remember really liking the Vanilla Doolies kit in Splatoon 2. The Burst Bomb Missiles one. It never really had that much of a time in the sun because the Paint for Missiles playstyle solidly went in the K-Shot's favor. Especially after MPU made everyone not want to run dualies anymore. But, it was a good weapon. I had a really good game on that weapon in a LAN against Element R. Or it wasn't Element R, I think it was like Barry and Milana plus a couple of Salmon Run players. But the burst bombs made it so that I could harass Barry a lot better. And we were able to keep him out of the game a little bit more because of the combination of the flanking and the burst bombs from the dualies. Ended up losing because Milana just popped off and got a quad at the end of the game, but it was close. It was very close. I think they'll buff Ultra Stamp in light of Kraken. They need to buff Ultra Stamp and Reef Slider, and the fact that they haven't already, despite them being the worst specials in the game for a pretty long time at this point, is making me uneasy. It's like, if not now, when? Is that something that's taking this long? The information is definitely already out there that they're both really not great. So, I mean, I guess they did give a little bit of a buff to Reef Slider, but they did it in their very slow way and never buffed it a second time. Do not fear the Clash Blaster. Simply aim at the Clash Blaster and win. For the Clash Blaster cannot splat you as fast as you can splat it, as long as you just aim. Oh, that's nice. That's checkpoint. That's probably KO, honestly. I almost had a crab tank in their base there. Nice. Ultra Stamp equals big burst bomb. Yeah, it's 1/3 of a tri-strike. That's how it's used. Monozuka. Correct. Alright, there's some progress. Yeah, like, Clash, it's very consistent damage, and so if, like, you don't know it's there and you're already getting hit by it before you're able to engage, it can definitely splat you. If you're trying to run away around a corner forgetting that it's a blaster, then it can get you. You know, it's not the worst thing to get splatted by, but if you are in an even fight with it, it should never win. It's like... It has to just kind of stand like this and walk at you. It can't do this sort of thing at all. And as soon as you're in range of it, like... That is so much faster than anything the Clash can do. First thing to get splatted by. A very popular one to say is Sprinkler. That's a pretty rare one. Splash Wall is another. Getting bumped off the map by the Rainmaker shield. Okay, good job following up from the machine. Really appreciate them saving that for me. Unfortunately, we're down a player still. We're still going in, though. Nice. Got that one for free. Got that one before the strikes went out. Unfortunately, there's a player over here. Okay, I'm going to take that out. Let's just pop this and cover this angle and hope that nobody tries to go to the left. That my teammates don't see. See, like there, I got my feet painted, and I knew that I couldn't get my shots on them fast enough. That's a situation where I'm actually going to go down to a Clash Blaster. Oh, man. Ugh, aim was not there. And player did not know. Stay alive in there, fellas. That was not staying alive. That was popping a hammer and... Oh, no. Oh, no. I might die. Yeah. Messed up my movement and stayed stuck on ink for longer than I wanted to. I think we still stopped the tower here. Yeah, we're fine. Not great that they got checkpoint, but we're still in the lead. Well, that was lucky. Where are we fighting? There are enemy players. Where are they? Literally where? Secondary question, if the enemy players aren't there, then why aren't we on the tower? Well, there's someone from here. I just completely lost track of where the enemy team was in the middle of the game there. I was like, on the enemy snipe, expecting that I was going to be seeing players spawning in soon, and then they just weren't there. They must have jumped into someone, I guess? Again, do not fear the Clash Blaster. Dapples you're allowed to fear. They splat really fast. I'm not liking how quickly we're going down here, because we're not getting very good extended pushes. It's taking a while to make any progress. That's a lot of firepower being aimed at me, and I hope my team capitalizes. Go. Oh crap. Ah, that was so dumb. I forgot that you can't get on the tower with the crab. You need to splat that player very quickly so they do not get on the tower and push the lead. Okay, please get the player, please get the player. We need to keep the tower from going to the lead. Oh my god, get on the tower, get on the tower, get on the tower, get on the tower. Okay, jeez. No, that didn't get them? Oh my god, we lose lead for that. Oh, how did we not stop it? Oh no. Oh man, that was a good bomb. Caught me up in the air, I had to fall on it. Was there just not enough focus on the tower, or what was going on there? It felt like maybe they were just getting jumps into beacons and they were getting there faster or something. But like we were splatting a lot of them and just never clearing the tower or never moving up.
All right, I'm gonna go and leave the VC now. Thank you for having me on.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for coming on.
All right, thank you, Jim, and goodbye.
See ya. All right. Another thing about that comp is that it's, like, we've got a Wiper and a Tetris. Those are both, like, quick respawn weapons. They're weapons that are going to die a lot. But they also get back really quickly. So you expect that that's going to be the faster-paced team of the bunch. And also that even if, you know, players are jumping in or something, that we have enough frontline pressure there to get them off the tower. I mean, I play X whenever there is a rotation in X that I like. It just so happens that right now Mincemeat is in rotation. And I'm not willing to bet X power points on that map. Might be too dangerous to stay in. There we go. We might have to dip off the tower soon-ish. Oh no, a lot of resources aren't being used on me. So now at this point we just push for more points. 32 is not bad. So yeah, the push is breaking up at that point. Like, I can see that we're a player down. And since that's a lead that could potentially win us the game, you know, almost did last game, we push for as many points in that situation as we can, since the push is going to end anyway. There's someone on the tower. Nice. They're gonna ride, I'm gonna head up. I thought I hit enough shots there. Ended up getting them though, and the Booyah is gonna help a lot. The fact that they have double backline is gonna make this really difficult for them. Although we're not taking advantage of it because we're not on the tower. This is terrifying. I should die. And we're not pushing up with it. Shoot. Only one of the like lasers is being aimed at me, so it's not making me have to move very much. I'm just gonna try and keep it here for now. Direct their fire into a different location when it's time for me to get off the tower. Woo! Let's go. Burst bombs being used for both damage and movement there. I love squid rolling off of walls. God, it is such a good mechanic. Alright, good push there. We got 2. Now we need to move up. We have we don't have advantage anymore. Someone else died. Guys, there's someone pushing into our court! Fight them! Ugh. I was sure that I was going to get help as soon as I pulled them into court there, and we're just standing back. Yeah, I thought there was someone there. Just going to go up this way. Not really far. Once again, we are 1 point ahead of them, which is not comfy. That. That actually gives you a lot of angles, even though it's low ground. Have to keep that in mind. We're on tower, right? No, we're not. It feels like we're moving up, and then the follow-up that we need to move up is not there. Right here, I'm seeing that we got a teammate pushed way forward, so I go up with it. But, like, they're on the tower right now. So, like, how is this happening? In a second, I'll just pop the crab tank. Well, they shredded it with the hammer. And, like, I feel like there should be someone in between them and the tower there instead of being behind the tower. Because we've got someone in so deep to the enemy base that they could probably use some support. So, a little bit of a disconnect there, it feels, between who's pushing and who's playing objective. But it is solo queue, so, I mean, what do you expect? You usually play meta weapons. I mean, I play short-range shooters, which have tended to be meta. But I'm not as good at Splash, which is the best weapon in the game, as I am at T-Tech and 52. So I'm trying to work on the Splash here for the time being. GG Chibi Astro. You're on my team this round too. Someone's coming out left. Bucket. Check that at them and then see if anyone can do anything with it. Oh. I think we're gonna do this. Man, I saw it, but it was too late. Might not have been too late. It might have been that I just misread where they were going to be and threw the burst bomb to the wrong spot. That could maybe have saved me. damage too. Push by 2 weapons that can both hit me from longer range. Back up to the point where it's not worth it for them to chase me and let my teammates take me. Okay, that's a trade. Let's take the tower. Maybe we won't. Dang it! I thought there was going to be more shots fired at them and that they would have to move someplace else. I was assuming they were going to have to move backward. But then we didn't fire any more shots. Probably actually could have killed them without any of my help. So close to having this. There we go. There's someone kind of sharp over here. Right? No. Okay, they made it out already. Okay, we got the checkpoint. At this point, we might have to jump. That was a lot. That was a lot. Over here. Nobody's on the tower. Tower's on left. We lost lead for that. Oh man. We got really badly split up there. I don't think he's seen. Painting the machine's feet makes them visible to my team and also really easy to splat. What's going on? Where are they? Got a crab. So weak, they're so weak. Oh, I almost wish we had just gotten off the tower to go and fight that player, because we're not getting anywhere if nobody pushes into court. Hope they didn't see me. They didn't. Just the stamper. So we need to be on tower. There we go, we're on tower. Cool. Okay, I'm fine with that trade. Means there's no crab in the way. Should be able to hold this. Need to get on tower. Guys, tower, tower, tower. Oh, no, nobody got on tower in time. Literally 1 point. If we get on tower faster, any number of different times during that push, we have lead here. Oof. We'll take those. Oh, there's another one. Well, we got that too. Just the splash, but they do have a crab, so we gotta be careful. We gotta get up in front of the tower. We can't be playing too far over to the left. We gotta be saving the tower from all this stuff that's happening here. Oh my god. I could not move. Left side, no. It's important when the tower is pushing to be controlling the left side so that it doesn't get flanked. But if there's nobody that's gonna be on the left side by the time the tower gets there, we don't need to be there. We needed someone, especially in front of the tower, to be keeping it safe when the enemy team pushes forward at us. The tower just kind of got pushed on because nobody was up in front of it. Man, that was such a winnable game, and it literally just came down to the fact that there were moments where we took the tower too slowly. It's part of the reason that awareness is so important, that, like, the amount of points you get is heavily impacted by how quickly you react to being able to push, to being able to score. The conventional team comp, what role is the best tower rider? The anchor or the support, and it depends on the situation. Depends on, typically, when it is that or where on the map the anchor wants to position. Because sometimes the tower is a great spot for the anchor to stand. They still get to take shots the way that they want to. Sometimes it doesn't give them any angles, and they're better off shooting from someplace else. And so you kind of have a conversation about it ahead of time, about who's going to do what in a coordinated environment. Okay, get in front of the tower, get in front of the tower. Let the heavy take the tower if you're not going to... We need someone up here pushing them away so that they can't stop the tower. And nobody's doing that. Why is it the heavy that's on the tower and nobody's in front of it? The heavy's the player who should be furthest back here. They were really just alternating back and forth. They had no concept of, like, where I was going. They were just like, left and then right, and then left and then right. I could have just kept going back and forth and continuing to make them miss. I thought at some point they were going to mix it up and go the same direction twice, and they never did. Oh, crap. Oh. I got myself stuck. Oh, hello. This might be trouble? I don't need to push that, I just need the tower to start returning. Shoot. Oh, crap, and nobody's watching the right now. Don't really have special charge right now to go for crab. I would like to, but I just don't think there's enough out there. Maybe I do? Now there is. Alright, let's get up in front. Team was able to hold them off. Two over here. Yep, watching me. But they missed. Don't be too quick to move out from behind the cover, because sometimes it'll keep you safe from stuff like that. Oh, yeah, tracks this waying I completely understand. Because they need to not be the furthest player forward when they're pushing the tower there. Somebody's got to dive into court, and that's not happening when we get the first check. So we're getting stopped there prematurely. The thing that's going to stop that checkpoint is people being up there where Chibi Astro is right now. If somebody's up there with a long-ranged weapon, there's no shot that the tower gets very far. That needs to get cleared in order for the tower push to be safe. And Trax, as a heavy splatling, is not going to be the one to do it. It's not their job. Man, I can't believe I didn't hit those shots. That was a very brave play on their part, and it counted on me missing a lot of shots, but it was a good call. I won't say it was a good call, just because if I do hit my shots there, I should win it. You typically don't want to take fights where they could have won. it wasn't a direct, I guess. Or maybe they weren't damaged enough. It looked like they were damaged enough, but it's hard to judge sometimes. A little yikes, but... Come at me, bro. Nice. Why is the tower so short? They changed the height for the maps. Just depends on the level geometry it has to move through and what makes sense. It's actually a balance consideration as well, because if it's harder to get on tower, then that changes the flow of the game. It makes it more difficult to get on in the first place and more difficult to stop once it's moving. It's higher inertia. Yeah. Drax is doing a really good job. With Trax, it feels like we've got someone who's, like, really used to riding tower. Like, they know when we want to be on it and what we need in order for the push to succeed. And one of the signs of a solid backliner is that they're getting a lot of kills but not dying very much at all. Because that means that they're positioning to keep themselves safe, but they're also having an impact on the game. Which are the things that you need in order to anchor. Wavebreaker can reach on top of short tower. Wavebreaker heights are still an enigma to me. I need to figure those out one of these days. Yeah, Arowana Tower Control had a very, very tall tower. I might die here. Got a little close to them, although they didn't recognize me, they just one shot. Very good, very good. See, this is good recognition of when to be on tower. They're spotting that we have this big advantage, and that whole time I never had to like check back on tower or anything. I knew that it was just moving. There were a couple of times in previous matches where we'd be in a forward position like that, where we are, like, pushed up extremely far and stopping them, and the tower wouldn't move, even though they had... Like, even if somebody did slip by on a flank or something, they had an overwhelming numbers advantage near the tower because of the positioning that we were in, keeping the backliners away from it and stuff. So that was well done. That's how you want your games to be. You want... Wow, that's basically flawless. 0 deaths, very few kills, ended in like a minute. That is a Splatoon game that went as well as it possibly could have. A Splatoon game where you pull like a 30 bomb is a Splatoon game where something is going wrong with the objective. Because you should not be able to splat that many people and not just KO the game faster. But a game where you get like 2 or 3 kills each and it's just over in a minute, that is the most dominance that a match ever gets. Crab. Should be able to get it here. Pop it right here because there's someone trying to come into mid. I'll open this up to move around the left. Good missiles, honestly. It keeps me down. How did they miss? What? What just happened? Why am I not dead? I'm upset on their behalf. They earned that. How? That was weird. Can't even trade that because I don't have the range. Splatter shot probably could have reached. Definitely 52. But I'm a little too far away. Tried to save him. Well, you have a clear dome, so I just get to crab from here and your push is over. Well, the push is over part never actually happened. They were off the tower. No. Man. Screwed it up mechanically. I'm very uncomfortable with what's going on my right. I feel like... I don't know. It feels like when I look one way, the other direction isn't getting covered sometimes. It's just... But being back here is more valuable than making them turn and look the other way. Now there's fewer people up front and we should be able to contest it, but we're not doing that. We needed to contest it there. Tower. We need to look at tower. There are two people looking at it. Ugh. That was another game where it felt like the tower wasn't enough of a priority. It's like it looked like there was fighting that was happening in mid or something while the tower is pushing to KO. I don't know what was going on. Recently scouted for my first comp team. Wish me best of luck on my future competitive Splatoon gaming. Congratulations, Vividi. I hope you find a really good fit for a team. Whew. I want to take a look at that game. See if there's something I'm missing here. See if I've got the blinders on. Because I'm dying a lot more than other people are there. So I just start out rolling out and painting for crab. so we've got this. Yeah, Don Bongo's trying to go in with it, but there was... And Trax was trying to help with the follow-up on the crab on the left, but... Yeah, we just didn't really do anything with the crab there. We do manage to get one. I should be able to get that, and I don't. It's definitely on me. Booyah catches someone, so we have numbers here. Oof. Okay, yeah, so look at what happens here. Don Bongo gets on the tower, which might be a little bit premature just because there's nobody else in front of it. It's a good time to get on the tower, but we're not in position to do it. And instead of, you know, the objective's getting played right now, and we actually end up running backwards to look at the Zipcaster here. Thankfully, Don Bongo recognizes that there's nobody helping and gets off the tower and backs up. But the right side just gets left alone. Now I'm realizing I have to back up. Try to get up here and see if I can get the crab to save the push. I'm totally okay with the wiper going down there, actually, because that stalled for time. But now, with the crab out, we need to do something to use the crab. It needs to be follow-up on the crab. And we're just getting forced way too far back to follow up on it. Okay, so I like that we're playing safe. We're not going in and just dying. We actually get one. Get the Inkjet as well. That's 2 down. So from here, we should be able to start pushing up our 2 down there. Click here. Almost get that player. And that was a bad mechanical play on my part. I should have had that. But we get one. Like, so far, so good. This is fine. Everything that's happened so far, I mean, might have been nice to be able to push a little bit sooner, but all things considered, it looks like we've responded pretty well. Ooh, that's a nasty shark. Okay. So the roller gets in above us and is able to get Chibi. And Don Bongo's back too far to help at that point. A good shark on the roller's part. Now from here I'm kind of stuck. Like, I need to play it safe because there are too many people in between me and the tower to go for it. Well, this right here, the tower is extremely vulnerable in this state because nobody's even like around the corner to stop us from shooting at it. So here is where this push should end, and nobody goes in for it. The Heavy's trying to flank left, but by the time they get around, it's going to take too long. So I get hit by the roller, and then Chibi Astro's way off on the right side on grates when the tower's this close, and Trax is down, so it's just Don Bongo in the way. Yeah, the defense at the end there, we need to be paying a lot more attention to the tower. Especially when it's that close to KOing. Like, that's just, like, the game will end if we don't stop the tower. So, there were definitely a lot of moments where I went down, and, you know, if I stay up longer, then I can have more of an impact on the game. But those are situations where I do feel like we really could have just maintained control of the objective, even if I'm down. Like, 3v1 opportunity on the tower, 3v2 opportunity on the tower after that. But we didn't collapse when it was just pushing into our base. Oh man, we have no paint at all. I mean, they don't have much, but goodness. Oh wait, no, we've got an Explo. What am I saying? We're fine. We've got more than them. Wow, that got shredded. Holy crap, that was fast. Be on tower. Ideally, I would like it if the Flash Blaster was the one on tower here. Not gonna do much else for us. Not as an affront to them as a player. I have no idea who they are, but they are playing the Flash Blaster. And that is my reasoning. Probably just grab from here. Stop the... Good wait, good wait. A lot of players would have fired early and missed. Oh, that's a yikes. Ooh, let's go! What in the world? That's insane. This is the part where we see if we can get a crab inside their base. Oh no. Okay, there we go. What? Nobody's on the tower this entire time? Oh my word. Wow, that could have been so much more than it was. Whew. Not super comfy about this because there could be blasters watching. I don't know. This is too much. Next time I get on tower, I'm gonna have to prep. Yeah, let's not maybe. Oh boy, that was a lot. Hi. Oh, they're not dead. Oh, that's problematic for me. There we go. Now we're dead. We're gonna try and get back on, but thankfully, it went back. Oh, crap. Okay, good. Teammates followed up in time. Save that. We need to get that player off. Okay, we need to stop this now. We cannot let that get further. We need to get the tower cleared. It is moving back, but it is not cleared. Oh my god. This is a good numbers advantage. That'll be game, probably. We have one more chance. Make the best of this chance, but that was a really good opportunity that didn't pan out, and now they have specials. Oh my god. I can't believe we had, like, crab on their dome and, like, a huge stagger, and nobody even got on the tower. Whew. It's one of those things you always want to check in tower control. Just make sure, like, okay, like I'm in a forward position, but is the objective actually being played? I'll do one more. V-Rapid Deco? There were 2. Therefore, you're lying. GG, Lynx. You flick up with the game during the, your map during the game, what do you look for? I'm looking for... obviously it's nice if you have the enemy revealed, and then you can just track them that way. But usually you won't, and so I'm looking for enemy paint in places where I can't check normally to see if somebody's there and see where the battle lines are. Also helpful to spot if, like, teammates are alive / in position to help you. But it's usually like enemy ink, something the wrong color that I am looking for. Well, that was a gank squad and a half. They're gonna have a tactical or two. This could be really bad if they get in too deep. Not too bad. Start sending that back. I'm not going to try and ride it. That would be suicidal. No way I make it out of that. But we drew them over to the right a little bit, so they're not going to be able to push for now. They're still down a player. Okay, good fights. There's someone over here. We can get on tower at this point. Get on top of the players who are trying to push it. I'm going to be watching the rail and not me. Okay, that's 2 down. Let's get moving. Oh, hello. Nice. Thank you, teammate. Good follow-up. Still need that player down. There we go. Good trade. That's how that should go. We get on the tower, and even if it gets aggressed right away, we have the numbers to just trade back, and we're still in the lead. We're cool with that. Nice. We need to get this guy off the tower. That's still fine. I'm cool with, you know, going down there because my teammates were able to win a fight by not focusing on the tower for a second. I could have stayed there longer. I screwed up my movement on the tower, but we did get to lead. Checkpoint probably would have been difficult either way. What we could do is just wait for the tacticaler to wear off and try to lure them out to fight someplace it's not useful. Yeah, because like I've had this player just sitting up in the corner instead of pushing in front at my team because I'm over here. Nice job! Good follow-up. That might be lead for them. Oh yeah, especially if we try to fight it right there. That was too early. I'm gonna die. And they're gonna have a jump in sooner. This could be knockout if we keep staggering. We need to stop tower now. We did not get on the tower. Ugh. In that kind of a situation, like, yeah, you have the range blaster shooting at the tower, and you have somebody else trying to hit the backside, but you gotta get someone on the tower, too. Because if someone's on the tower, even if they're on the tower, it'll stay in a neutral state. It'll stay stuck there. It's only once they're on the tower and you're not. Especially once you get down to like 4 or 3 points left. Because if you let them get to 2 points left, it will, even if you splat the player off the tower, if you're not on it yourself, the momentum will carry it up to KO. Yeah, this isn't a VOD review. We're done with the VOD reviews. I'm just playing a little bit on the tail end of it all. There's that. Umami! It's not great. Like, by Splatoon 2 standards, it's terrible, but for Splatoon 3, it's mid, I'd say. It's not, like, the worst map ever, but competitively speaking, it's probably nobody's favorite. This is a grotesque piece of gear that I will never wear. Oh. Let's make sure that there isn't anything I can buy first. Okay, yeah. Next best thing to have. What's the title? Mako Mart Catfish. Ooh, catfish is... Catfish has potential. What do we want to buff up? That's a solid t-shirt. Nothing special, but we'll give it another star. Yeah, the tower does have momentum. If you hop off the tower, it will go about a tick and a half past where it was when you left it. Ooh. Manta and Sturgeon Rainmaker. I'm down to ruin this beautiful power I've got. Let's get bombs. Gotta be more creative than live streaming catfish. But if, for example, I'm imitating someone, then I could be a catfish. I wonder if there's, like, tricky or deceptive or something I can put on. And then I can just, like, dress up like Debbie and be a catfish. Too far there. Overcorrecting. Trying to get it so that when I snap, I don't go past the target. I just stay on the target. There, I went a little past it. Because what happens to a lot of players is they do this before they get on the target, and that's wasting a lot of time. Secret catfish would be good. Let's just see what options there are for a second. Well, let's see how sneaky I can be. Legit catfish is funny. Actual catfish. Ambiguous catfish. Assertive. Captivating catfish. Catch of the day catfish. Clever is close. Dangerous. Ooh. Fishy catfish. That would work, except that it's like you're doubling up on the fish thing. Gullible. It's the opposite of what we want. Innocence catfish. Low-key catfish wouldn't be bad. Non-streaming. Ooh, that would throw people off. Because I'm live streaming teacher, right? What if I just go into a game as non-streaming catfish? People will think I'm impersonating me. Unperceived catfish. There we go. That's a pretty good one. Unperceived would probably be my call. Nothing saying a catfish can't be gullible. Jemmy Doovie. Oh, did I have poser catfish? Yeah, that would have been a good one too. But I like unperceived because I'm announcing that I'm a catfish. Unperceived catfish is when you hand your controller to your older brother. We've got a really aggressive comp. We've got a lot of paint, but we need to set up our fights a little more carefully. Probably good to paint up to start with. Someone coming out on the left, which looks like it's the roller. We're just going to give up pop. Stopping that roller from coming in. We got one. Why are they picking it up? Oh. Well, I hit 2 shots anyway. Oh my god, I got juked so hard. Oh no, why did we all... Oh no. Oof, that is on me in part. I'm just hoping that not everyone would make the same mistake. I am feeding. Okay, we got the stop. We need to stabilize. So they're going to move fast. No, they're drawing me away from the direction I need to be defending in. Thought we might have to worry about that. Okay, we got them down. Okay, they're down too. Get out of here. How can we not converge on this? I feel like with 2 players, they shouldn't be able to wall us out like that. Here, fine, because we just bombed them off the crab tank, LOL. Oh, they went up there. Well. I need to remember that a lot of these pushes I'm not going to have very much support for because we have 2 juniors. There's that wiper again. Where'd it go? There. Oh man, I can have that. They need to get out of there. I have no way to warn them. With callouts, that would have been easy. Get the trade at least. When they're that close to you, the most you're going to get against a roller is a trade, so I'm happy to have gotten it. There is... Well, I was expecting that that was a player, and in fact, it was a wave breaker. Dropped off there. That off. And I should die here. That was legitimately me thinking I was going to die. Got one. I knew the push was over, but I was hoping I could maybe get in there and start something offensive. I've not been doing a good job of winning fights. Oh, that was a mistake on their part. If we can get this, damn. It was pushing into a 1v3, but if I get the trade there, then at least it triggers overtime. They'd probably still pop it and pick it up, so it was not a very easy match to win. Ugh. The comp did make it difficult, but I will say that I definitely got outplayed on a number of those fights. Yeah. Let's keep trying. Like, Wiper is one of those weapons which, similar to like Clash Blaster or Tetra Dualies, if I can get in range of them, I should be able to win 100% of the time. The challenge is getting in range of them. They're good at keeping me out, or like, if they get directly on top of me, then I'm also in trouble, but if I'm able to stay in that middle zone, my weapon wins those. So, being walled out as hard as I was by it, even when I could get in range, that's on me and missing my shots. Not a great start, but we'll keep trying. Dog is my tag. There we go. Cool. Nobody's playing Splatoon right now. Bazookarp, yeah. Bazookarp is great. I'm a fan of it being called Bazookarp. Goldfish Kanona is also phenomenal. That's just Goldfish Cannon. And then the name for the mode in German is Operation Goldfish. All of them are so good. Is X-Rank matchmaking always like this? Always like what? Just not finding a match? That happens from time to time. I think it gets harder the higher up you get. Like, I'm top 500 right now, so... It is a fairly small pool of players to match me up against if it wants good combinations of X-Power. They know I'm here, which isn't great, but if I can get a special out first, then it doesn't really make a huge difference. I'll move forward and get that. Oh, hello. Oh, this poor Dynamo. That weapon has absolutely nothing it can do in that situation. It cornered itself. Okay, we've got slight numbers advantage here. We've got more players down. Let's see if we can just slip it through here. Get juked! Holy moly! I'm okay. That was only to 52? Jeez. That's not as good as I thought that was going to be. But we've got a player over the top already, and we can potentially keep this going. Especially if we don't die. Oh, no. I was hoping that I could slip underneath and get past them to maybe take out the Nautilus. Man, that's only to 52. I need to remember that. I need to go and check the points. Because I thought that was going to be a lot closer than it actually was. Woo! I don't want to contest that right now, because that's a roller with a Kraken. The Kraken roller, as it is sometimes called. This area is cleared. We win those because they are not in range to one-shot. We BS our way through that fight, and then we get this. Let's go. Ah, no, the roller! Alright, it's fine, it's fine. We got him, we got him. No, no. I don't know if I can save this. Someone drop right here. Please stop. That is my teammate. I appreciate them, and I do not want death on them. Okay. Well, that would have hit if it hadn't been Kraken. Oh, no. We needed that player down earlier. Shoot. I shouldn't have picked up. I should have just... I probably would have died anyway. I don't know. But me dying with the Rainmaker slows us down more. I shouldn't have picked it up. Drop it down to the right, because this is good points. Roller's not there anymore. Yeah. At that point, I had no idea what was going on behind me, and I was figuring, well, if anybody's still alive and can potentially pick up the Rainmaker here, I want to get their attention so that we're able to pick it up and get more points. But 22 is a really good push that we can definitely win with if we play defense well. I need to get away from here, because they're going to know that I'm trying to defend from this point. We do have one of them down. There's a lot going on right there. for them to try and pick it up and then throw one of those. And then maybe throw another one of those. And then run away because they got to try strike. And not try to stay on top of my teammates so they don't try to target them too. They should die. No, they won't. I did not get the bomb far enough behind them, and actually no, it was the paint didn't paint their feet soon enough. They probably get checkpoint here, but then we have a good chance of defending. That's only one down. I was hoping for more. Good job, Dynamo. Oh shoot. It's just our machine. She needs to hold here, which they did manage to do. Ooh, can we get it? Can we get it? We're right behind it. We're right behind it. Oh, no. Oh, God, this is so scary. It's only one person. Oh, God, no. Dang it. Oh. I went in thinking I could get it, and the Rainmaker did a really good job of playing safe, and the teammates did a good job protecting it. It's like, I knew that the player was there on the right, I just figured that, like, I could get a bomb in place, that I could probably hit some shots on them, and even if I went down before that happened, that my teammates would be able to finish it up. But the bodyguards did too good of a job there. Man, that's disappointing. Whew. Alright. Well, we go next. I got a little too stressed, I think, that it was just the machine in the way. Because it was just the machine, but the other team only had one other player besides the Rainmaker there too. And with the machine keeping the Rainmaker back, like, we bought ourselves enough time that way. I didn't need to go in. I was expecting I was going to need to go in to just follow up on what the machine was doing. I probably could have just painted and gone for special or something, and if they're trying to stay in that, like, Rainmaker goal area, or Clam Blitz goal area, Tri-Strikes probably take up a lot of that space and make it very difficult for them to survive once we start pushing. Alright, let's go for that reverse sweep. Bob Lobber and a Luna Blaster. Okay. Well, we got a lot of paint for the Luna, which is nice. I'm not sure I like our Rainmaker pop. Well, we do a blob. Let's go on the left, though. Can't push that too hard. The Blaster's gonna cut me off. Nice! No! I hit the wall! Okay, well, we wiped them. It's fine. So we get this checkpoint easy peasy, lemon squeezy. And now... Okay, actually all of us have dropped down to try and push that, so let's just come back up here. Choose for a few more points. Because with everybody over on the right side, the push is almost certainly dead. What you want is one person going, or maybe two, going right, and then everyone else helping to defend on where the Rainmaker actually is. Oh boy. Okay, we're alive, but they're going to get this checkpoint. We just rotated right successfully. I don't like how close they are at our port, but now this is what we have to do to defend. I just don't want anyone jumping into that. We have time, we can let it reset, get special, and be ready for this push. Well, the fight already happened, and I can't help it over there. I did get one, which is actually really good for us, because now it's even numbers. Nice. Alright. for one. We don't really need to pick this up. We don't really want to pick this up at this point. Oh, well, I was looking at the right-hand side and just figured I was close. I wasn't close enough to get killed by that. Let's go! Oh my god, great job, Wisp. They're away. That's not the biggest concern anymore. It's now this. Oh no, that player missed me. That means we get more points, right? Not quite. We're really far back. It was a good effort. It was a good effort. Oh, well. That's me dead. I was fine right up until the point where my feet got painted by the slosher. Where are they gonna go? Are they gonna go right? I need to be here. If they're gonna go left, I can rotate later. Oh, shoot. Okay. There's a slosher above. Let's pop this here, here. Got him. Something to mess with a lot in tri-striking is to try and get it so that it is popping, like, through... They have it? Oh, crap. I thought I stopped that in time. To get it to where they are being hit through a wall by it. Oh my god, Wisp is popping off. Honestly... Let's see if we can get a few more points on the board here. Yeah. That'll at least put it further in their base and give us room to get more control of the map. That's a special that they had to use just to get out of their base, which is excellent. Beautiful, beautiful. Okay, we can just keep it here. Oh man, I need to hit those shots. I am not hitting those shots. Good job following up, teammates. We're living. We're still living. Got it. Let's go. Okay. That's one. All right. I should probably get a little bit of food in me. So I'm starting to get hungry. I'm gonna go take a quick break and get some soup. And then, you know, for the fans. And then I'll continue from there. Yeah, shoutouts to Wisp. Wisp carried that game. Every opportunity we got to score was because Wisp got like a double or a triple. get some cats. We need some cats. Like the one who's meowing at me right now. Hey there, buddy. Excuse me. I stretched today and took a squid break. I'm proud. I'm proud of you. That is good. Yes, that was a Romeo noise. A Romeo, if you will. Like your Kraken video? Thank you. Glad you liked it. How's Romeo doing? He's bugging me for attention because I haven't given him much today. It's reasonable, I think. You want to hop up here? Free attention right here. One hop into a lap away. What I really need to do is get something soft that he wants to lie on and put that in my lap. There. Now that I've got this blanket, this is one of his favorite blankets. Maybe now he will spot. Yeah, there he goes. See, I know you, buddy. I know what you want. You want something fuzzy to come up on. You can like both dogs and cats, it's fine. Dogs are great. What do you do as an anchor in solo? Your team is losing fights or off painting some corner of a map. Depends on the situation. Maybe try to find a position to help them in the fights that you know they're going to run into. Maybe look for picks on players on the other team who aren't looking the right way. The challenge of playing a backline weapon is the challenge of figuring out how to have an impact while you're still staying safe. Like, that is the overall question of, can I play this weapon properly? Okay, your foot is in a very uncomfortable spot of my anatomy. There we go. There we go. This is acceptable. I'm always just worried that his tail is going to flick into the soup and all of a sudden there's going to be a ton of cat hair in there. Advice on sticking to a singular weapon. It's a good idea if it's a good weapon. I usually prefer to have a small pool of similar weapons for different situations. You sign up for one of the free coaching lessons. DM me on Discord. Here is the Discord server where you can find me. Hello? That command did not go through at all. What the heck? Why can I'm putting stuff into chat. What's going on? Is my internet down or something? There it goes. That was really delayed. No, that was from Whistlewind Wolf. Why can I not chat in my own chat? Hello? Weird. Well, thanks for using the commands anyway, Whistle and Wolf. Alright, Cat, I just need you to not put any of your body in this bowl of soup. Okay? There's a personal space restraint that we need to impose here. Not between you and me, but between you and the soup. The soup needs its space, away from cat hair. Adding his own seasoning. I don't like his seasoning in my soup. This is not a let him cook kind of situation. He's kneading now, which is a good thing for him to do because it means he's not trying to eat my soup. I'm getting to the final stretch with the soup. You there? Oh yeah, you're purring nice and good, aren't you? What a nice cat. I like you. Mwah. Is Romeo interested in the super? Yeah, he will definitely try out anything that you try to leave out in terms of food. He's even done things like lick pans that you'd used for cooking. So you gotta keep anything that smells good to a carnivore out of his reach. You're telling me a rat can cook but not a cat? See, if Romeo were in a Pixar movie, I would believe anything. But he's very much live action. Just put hot sauce on everything. Yeah, that's what passes for seasoning for some folks. Hey, buddy. Purr, 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 purr. Can we get more of Romeo in the shot? There's Romeo. There's his little head. Any tips on Zipcaster? Zipcaster's hard. Zipcaster takes a lot of practice, a lot of trial and error. So One thing that I've noticed that a lot of people get wrong at first is, like, they'll zip in, but they're not willing to zip out. They just zip in and overcommit and end up getting splat. And you really need to keep on the move so that people can't draw a bead on you quickly enough. Like, if someone's focusing you, you may just have to zip and then 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 zip just to stay alive. But you've got to be willing to do that. There's a lot of map knowledge that goes into it, knowing what good angles are to come in from so that people won't see you. Depending on what weapon you have, you want to consider what your main weapon can hit and put yourself in places where it's advantageous for your main weapon to be used. Which is part of why it's so good with Stamper, that Stamper has extremely long range and a burst bomb, so it can just kind of zip into a place where something else can't hit it and rain down from there. Hey there, buddy. Mwah. Oh, you're such a good kitty cat. Mwah. By the way, Sicarius, there's a video that Fusion made about Zipcaster, which is really good. Fusion is one of the like North American players who was pushing Stamper very early on. Like, it was basically Fusion and Shara were the people that you would watch at that time. So that would be a really good video to go and find. Okay, the kitty has left the lap. All right. Let's lose some X power. Hi, Astra! Romeo just went off screen, but good to see you. Okay, we're playing with Barry from Seafoam. And everybody's top 500. This is going to be a stacked lobby. I'm going to have to be really careful, especially around the crab tanks. Ugh. We got a lot of power on the left. I'm going to try and push in with it. Barry's going for that, so I'm going to go someplace else. Catch people as they fall. Good. Wow, okay, we got through there. Well, this is problematic. Yeah, it felt a little bit early to push. I might not have wanted to go with them there. Just recognizing how many players were up and what was likely to be in our way. I want them to push left here so that I can ambush them here. If they start to rotate right... Okay, they're rotating above. Up in order. Let's fire off some of these. Oh, crap, they got over there. Okay, good stop anyway. Yeah, my third one didn't even reach, so I'm glad that we got stopped. Oh, hello. Traded it anyway. I'll take that. So far... Where did that bomb go? What? So far, no major issues, but... That up so they can't... Oh my god, they're already in. Yeah, that might lead to a checkpoint. Oh, they haven't even picked it up. Okay. That's honestly a mistake on their part. They should have that by now. They're gonna go to the right, probably. They're taking their time getting there. didn't get anyone. Stop it for a check. That's huge. Let's get this Hydra off of our snipe. Forced out by the machine, which is fine though. Barry takes the trade. So we're up one. Oh, I can't get over there. Shoot. I didn't land the second one where I wanted to. It would have splatted someone, but I was the one that needed to be on target. Now we're out of time. I'll rotate over to the left. Looks like we just got someone there. I was lucky I didn't get marked by that. Oh, I got marked by that now. That's 2 down. I don't expect we're going to be able to do much here. So I'm just going to rotate it to this side. They've been trying to push the right the whole time, so I figure getting it on that side is going to move it away from where they want it. Slow them down a bit. Man, we just did not manage to get a good opportunity off here. Really good play to get some picks. Oh my god, get up. Keeping me away to that player. They just scrambled away. There's nobody here at this point. Oh, nice. Let's see if we can get it around this way. Okay, we traded that, which is fine. Another one down. We've got a crab tank up above us. It's painted the pedestal for us. We did not get the checkpoint, but we did get the lead. Not the worst thing to just have to defend checkpoint. Oh, crap. Where are they trying to take it? We can't let them get it over this way. Boy, that'll do it, I think. They need to get this pop and pick it up again. They did. Okay. Oh man, this is spooky. I can get them to drop it down early. Nope. Oh no. It's in my teammate's hands now. Granted, one of my teammates is Barry, but this is a lot scarier than we want it to be. Okay, we stopped them. Whew. Yeah, and solo queue, it's one thing in a competitive environment where you've practiced with your teammates and you know what they're going to do, but in solo queue, you never want to just leave it up to your random teammates. You always want to... You don't want to give up your agency over the game by going down in an important situation. Well, we stole that one. See if we can complete the ticket here. Get those positive points. Welcome back, Doovie. This is probably going to be my last one. Okay. That's our Sam. That's Sam, formerly of the Grillers. Are we going for pop? I feel half-hearted about it since we have a Hydra. Ooh, I do not like that they were on low ground there. Just gonna not challenge the crab tank. I'm so weak. Oh no, nobody was looking. Oh, we're 3 down over there. Okay, good pick. That actually brings us even. They just need to stay alive now, and then we're good. That was a well-thrown bomb, but Sam was too patient to fall for it there. Sam plays very patiently around the Rainmaker. He makes sure that it's safe before he ever grabs. I'll take that trade. Sam is down. Just the heavy. Who's gonna jump? No, they're gonna run away. Okay. 24 is not great, but it is beatable. We just need to get it down onto the ground. Basically. Hoping we could catch someone up through the wall there. We don't know where anybody is at the moment, so it's dangerous to go for too aggressive play. Okay, that's 1 down. Okay, we'll take that trade. Means we get check. Are we on top of the wall? Oh, that's beautiful. Oh, that's beautiful. Oh, we don't need to do much. We can stop that guy. And that's lead. And we might actually be able to go for KO here. Not anymore. They're super weak. Nice. Oh man. Alright. 2.5 minutes though, that's a long time to hold them off. Especially with a player down. Not what you want. Okay. Sam over there. We're not going to challenge that, especially since the squeezers, or the... What else do they have? I guess that was just the splash. Oh no, that was the jet, is what it was. Going down over there. I'm just trying to keep a perimeter around the Rainmakers so they can't pick it up. Where's the rain? Alright, crab gets me. That is wild. They are on the wall. And they went down anyway. Losing players. Assuming that bomb was going to get him. Looked like it was in the right spot. Dang, okay, he can just spot everything out that way. That's annoying. Oh, hi. At least we traded it. Team is doing a good job of following up. Oh, they're out of ink, though. We got the splash eventually. We should be able to just get this out of here. That's Sam still over there on the left. We probably don't want to pick this up. Because if we pick it up, we're going to be seen going up over the top. No, 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 no. That's not okay. How did that get through? We had people on the right. Oh, no. Oh, no. Throw bombs. They went for it. I can't even stop the KO. God dang it. Ugh. We just needed to hold the right side. Yeah, it's a really strong spot that Sam was in, because it's really hard to push that out without, like, a special or something. He's got long enough range to hit anywhere that I could possibly, like, throw a bomb from or attack. Only -10. That's fine. I need those points. I only lost 10. It's fine. What are you at right now, Sam? Plus 19? Alright. What are you at, though? Like, what's your total at the moment? I'm 664. Okay. I kind of want to keep going. I need to make a video, though. Well, that's going to do it. Are you streaming, Sam? You can go over and raid Sam if you're streaming. It's not. Alrighty. We'll just go and raid Chara then. Thanks everybody for watching. I am Jem. I run Squid School. Here are all of the Squid School things. I tried to put in exclamation mark links, but it didn't work for some reason. I also forgot to set the camera back after I had the cat in my lap. I do content creation for Splatoon full-time. I have a YouTube channel, TikTok account, Twitter, Twitch, Discord server. I also do private lessons via Medify. And there's a Patreon as well if you would like input on what weapons get picked for Silly Comp Sundays. So, thank you everybody for watching, and hope you learned something. We'll send you off to Chara.